All right, guys. So we're here. Something incredible's happened. I've never seen this ever happen in the middle of jury deliberations. I mean, every jury. I remember when I served, it was like you got to make sure you have everything you need. Most jurors will, or judges will ensure that the jury has what they. In fact, in the Murdoch trial, they didn't even let them take smoke breaks. In that case, they told them you're not leaving the jury room unless it's you break from deliberations. But in this case here. The judge is allowing a juror to go to their car with a deputy and leave the deliberations. This is incredible. I've never heard of this happening. I mean, unbelievable. Let's watch. We're a little bit behind the live broadcast.
In the absence of any one, I would then have to explain to the individual juror that can go and get their jurors. Good afternoon. Mansfield here for the state, Mr. Tucker here. Back on the record. Deputy Riccio advised me that one of the jurors informed him that they had some medication in their car that they needed. So I felt it appropriate to convene and present my options or hear from both sides as to their suggestions, but the jurors can't deliberate when any one of them is not present, and obviously they also can't have any exposure to outside influences during deliberations. So I propose one of two things. If, and Deputy Riccio has indicated he's amenable to this, if the juror is agreeable to having the deputy go out to the car and get the medication and deliver it to the juror, that would be the simplest solution, because then the deliberations could proceed. The person would get their medicine. And
that would be the only solution, in my opinion, in this instance. I mean, this juror should have brought their medication in.
Then,
I mean, this is insane.
I would have to bring the jury into the courtroom. I would have to explain that they can't deliberate in the absence of any one. I would then have to explain to the individual juror that they can go and get their meds as long as they do so expeditiously and not obviously have any contact with any information or anyone about the case, and basically in abundance of caution have them stay right here. We all kind of sit still. That way there's no question that there's no deliberation going on, and when the person returns, and they go back to deliberating. So those are the two solutions that I see.
Your Honor, if I may offer one other one.
What was
Could the deputy escort the juror to their car to get the medication, making sure that they're not having contact with anybody?
Yeah, I mean, that could be also.
Judge, I'm fine with either one of the things Your Honor proposed. The state's fine with either one.
I'm fine with any of them. I'm just trying to look for the easiest.
So then,
I mean, this is crazy.
Riccio, would you
I mean,
require if
the reason why this is such a big deal right now, why the judge has called the courtroom to order, is because it's a huge issue when you break up the sanctity of the deliberations, and it creates a potential issue later on down the road if anybody says they're suspicious of something going on or something odd happening or whatever down the road. So, very, very interesting.
It did offer, have the deputy offer the jurors lunch, and again, it's from a fund that's there at the clerk's office just for these purposes when jurors have to stay together. They did order it. The order's been placed, and I guess it's on the way. Excuse me? The food is here, all right, so that way they can stay together, they can have their...
So my assumption is if the verdict was quick, they were going to eat lunch, make sure they're okay with the verdict, and then come out and and the verdict will be read after lunch. That would be my read on this. But we'll see.
Okay, so then we'll have to bring in the jury then, and that's what we'll do. Okay, please be seated, members of the jury. Welcome back to the courtroom. Have a seat. Deputy Riccio has explained to me, and I've explained to the state and Mr. Tucker, that one of you, and I'm not going to name names, I don't want to do that, has requested to have the opportunity to get some medication that's in their motor vehicle. And of course, we want to allow any one of you, if there's some medication you need to take, to be able to get it. So I don't want to make a big deal of this, but I want you to understand why I'm using procedures that I'm going to, because jury deliberations, the integrity of those deliberations have to be safeguarded, and we can't have any question about that. So while it may seem, gee, I'm making a big deal of this, if perhaps you understand why, then it will make more sense. Jurors can't deliberate while any one of them, I mean, even the instructions I gave you said if somebody goes to the bathroom, you got to stop. So obviously, if somebody vacates the jury room, then the deliberations have to stop. So what I'm going to propose is that the person be escorted by the deputy, and they've been consulted and they're agreeable to this. Go get the medication. The reason we have the escort is, again, the integrity of the jury deliberations. We can't have even this possibility that somebody would approach the individual, or there'd be, who knows, some newspaper on the ground that, you know. So to avoid all of that, we're going to have the deputy escort the person quietly, as expeditiously as possible, get the meds, and meanwhile, I'm going to ask you folks to stay right here. They seem a little awkward, but for whatever it takes, 5 minutes, we're all just going to sit here quietly. Why can't we go back in the jury room, Judge? Because of what I told you. It's just clearer and safer if we just stay here, sit quietly. Then we all know there's been no deliberations. We all know that the mission was successful. We all are excused back together and the deliberations can resume. So that's what we're going to do. I'd ask whoever it is, again, I want to name names, just stand up, go with the deputy, and we'll do what I said, and we'll sit quietly near them. Okay.
And we look. This is extraordinary. I don't know if if it necessarily hits people how extraordinary what's happening right now is. The fact that a juror has been taken out of deliberations and allowed to walk out to their car. And I understand Mr. Tucker wanted a deputy there. I'm not suggesting the deputy would do anything weird, but this is crazy.
Okay, so the record should reflect that
It's also equally crazy that they're sitting in the courtroom, the 11 people, in the middle of their deliberations with the defendant and the state, and they're all sitting there together. It's crazy.
Deputies escort. There was nothing unusual
Crazy.
occurred, or influences that were involved at all. Okay, we've remained here. There's been no deliberations, so now, thank you. Members of the jury, you can now return to the jury room and resume your deliberations. All right, unless anybody has any input, we took care of that situation.
It's fine.
So they're going to continue with their deliberations, and we'll just stand by when we next hear.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
All right.
So there you have it, guys. That's crazy. But my theory is this: the lunch has been delivered, and my theory is we're going to have a verdict after they eat and enjoy a nice, delicious lunch, courtesy the state of Florida. I think many of them figure probably, hey, you know what? We've gone through this whole thing. We've had to buy our lunches every single day. The least they can do is buy us lunch for putting us through this ridiculousness. And then they're going to come out and announce what I firmly believe, is going to be a not guilty verdict. So that's what I think. That's my theory. We're going to see. In the meantime, what I'm going to do, I've got to step away for a minute, but I'm going to leave you guys. I'm going to play for you. Hopefully we don't have time to play the whole thing before we have a verdict. I'm going to start playing the police statement in its entirety. There's 3 parts to it, of Travis Johnson's interaction or statement with the police. This is exactly how Mr. Tucker came to be ensnared in this whole thing. I think it's something that should be watched since he's the main witness. So we're going to start watching that and enjoy that. Stay in the comments. I'll be in the comments. And of course, as soon as the verdict gets back, I'll try to make it right back in studio to get the verdict, to take the verdict live, because like I said, I don't think it's going to be too long. I wouldn't be shocked if we didn't have a verdict by 2:00, but we'll see. Anyways, I'll see you in a minute. Enjoy this presentation.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm so pissed.
You had stuff taken out of the suit?
No, that was the thing. I can't believe they didn't get my generator. They got the stuff out of the house.
Gotcha.
Yeah. I mean, would it have been a little bit different if it would have been in my truck? Maybe my insurance would have been able to claim, maybe I should have claimed it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, this is all I'm really worried about. Tools come and go, but man, this is a $30,000 truck.
What year is this truck?
2016. I have 42,000 miles on it. Huh?
Is it nice?
Yeah.
I need to get a truck, that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, it's 5.7 liter. Dude,
What's
I
the
love
inside
this truck.
like?
I don't know. It's
Mind if I look?
no, go ahead. It's a little dirty. It smells like a foot, but it's got the touch screen.
Does it?
It's got all the Bluetooth bells and whistles, and it's a great little truck, man.
How's the space on it?
Hmm?
How's space, like, if just people in the backseat, because I got a kid?
Well, it's all right. Like, they've got the super cab. It's almost as big as the front one.
Yeah.
This is just the crew cab. Or no, this is the super cab. The other one's cool. It's one or the other. They've got one that's bigger, and the seat lifts up, so you got storage space underneath there. Yeah, the seat lifts up, so there's storage compartments and stuff in it. This is what I drove whenever I was a technician in Dallas, man. Whenever I was working on conveyor systems and stuff. Basically gave me one of these to be my truck, so I fell in love with them. I had to have them.
Yeah.
The weirdest thing about it, though, this is what blows me away. You see the dials?
Yeah.
That's the gear shifter. This right here.
Really?
Yeah. It's all electronic. First time I got in there, and I was like, how do I put it in drive?
No kidding.
Yeah. So you got to be real careful whenever you're turning on your AC or whatnot, because you'll reach over and hit that one and try to put it in park or neutral.
I guarantee you I would do that.
Yeah, dude.
That's something that scares me.
I've done it a couple of times.
Oh, yeah, man. I don't know.
So,
I like it.
But no, I mean, honestly, guys, the reason why I don't want to drive,
No, I get it.
my
I
license
get
is suspended.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I've got to until the 1st, until I can get everything squared away. I mean, I know I've got to do what I've got to do. I just don't want to
Yeah.
be right in front of, you know what I mean, like blatantly.
Don't be stupid, yeah.
Right. You know, but yeah, if I need to go with you guys to get my stuff, dude, I'm ready to get my shit.
All right, do it.
Cool. Because I'll get to have a bed tonight if you've got my air mattress.
Yeah, there's your air mattress in the pump.
Cool. Hey, you said about the house.
Cool.
Hey, real quick, just because you're going to...
On this side? Go the other side. Okay. Move over. Oh, there's crap back here, man.
Those things. That's what they gave us in the military. I've had my fair share of war.
It sounds like it.
Yeah, I'm ready to get that get back to normal. So what's up with that place now? Did you talk to Captain Phillips? Because Daniel Winziowski said he was coming by to change all the locks and like lock everybody out.
Oh, really? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's in there.
Alright, I just can't be in that place anymore. There's just too much bullshit.
Over there?
Yeah, dude.
How long were you living there?
I got down there until the 21st because I've been in Detroit since June. And I came down here, like I said, to take care of re-register my truck, renew my driver's license, do all kinds of stuff. I met Dave, saw Dave on the beach, and he said, hey, come back to the apartment. So a couple days later, I think we were on the 26th, so yeah, I've been there since then. Back and forth. And then I went to jail on the 8th.
What'd you go to jail for?
Possession, stripping,
Oh, really?
well, because I do smoke, I'm on medication. No, I don't want to get sent up for that.
Can't you get a prescription for that?
I don't know yet. The laws are so funny in Florida right now.
Oh.
I can go to Colorado.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you don't need a prescription in Colorado.
It's different with vets right now because, you know, it's still federal.
Yeah.
Even if they do legalize it state, then
They're
I've got
still-
an
yep.
issue that it could affect my disability compensation, and I can't afford to do that right now. So.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, I'm not willing to pay the consequences for my actions. It's a choice that I made. I just wish people would stop going to jail on the planet. You know? I'm sorry if I smell like a bottle of bug spray, man. I don't see it.
So what do they got you doing at that house?
Well, tomorrow I'll be doing the roof.
Alright.
Right now I painted a room. I hung some mini
not
That's
bad.
nice, you know.
Yeah.
Nice safe place with electricity and hot water. Hot showers if you got it. But that's a question I wanted to ask. Me being out on bond, I can't leave the county, can I?
You would have to. You have a probation officer or a parole officer.
No. It's just it's a cash bond. I didn't even use a bondsman.
I would call and find out. I don't, because it depends sometimes. I definitely wouldn't do it without calling them first.
Well, exactly. Yeah, I didn't even just take off. Tomorrow's Thanksgiving. I'll be working.
Yep.
The next court date's on the 22nd of December, which is right before Christmas. So I can't go back up to Detroit where my girl's at on Christmas. And I got to get a copy of that police report from you so that I can call my insurance company.
Just when you call them, just give them the case number because they can request it because it's not close.
Oh.
You can give them the case number and say you report them already.
I've never had to file a claim before. I don't even know what to do.
Yeah, you just call them.
Okay.
So I got damage to my car and I called the police report and the case number.
That's gonna be another $1,000 out of my pocket for the deductible.
Is that what your deductible is?
Yeah. Might chose to go that way to get the cheaper
Yeah, absolutely.
insurance.
You got any estimates yet?
No, I've been waiting. I thought I had to wait till I got the police report before I even made the claim.
Let me call.
Yeah, no one's
Who's the insurance company?
Geico.
Oh yeah.
Geico for a long time. I was going to use USAA, but their rates are almost 20% higher than Geico's. They're not supposed to be.
Yeah, Geico's hard to beat. I've tried a few different ones.
I never take into consideration when you're better. So, they gave me a 2% discount just for that.
So you need the bed to sleep on, eh?
Right now, I'm just going to be on the floor. I'm not going to do it, but yeah, it'd be nice to have the bigger pictures. I came down here fully prepared to camp. You know, I mean, I knew that there was probably not much possibility of finding an immediate rental spot. I didn't realize all the campgrounds were basically gone. So, and the last thing I want to do is go to jail for illegal camping.
You got any kids?
Nope. And I've never been married. And my birthday's Saturday. I'll be 40.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
We're about the same age.
November 25th, 1977.
How long did you serve?
4 years. 2 First one was in the Balkans in Kosovo. Second one in Afghanistan. Before going on was about Timor Strip. The first, the 512. That was my last unit out of remaining 3rd ID. First one was National Guard unit. I was with the 36 ID out of Texas, and the first 141st. That was a pretty cool mission. Afghanistan. So left, the first freezing. It was 55, 60 degrees all the way up until 2 days after I left, and then it froze. I lucked out. I knew I was coming down to kind of a war zone, but I didn't know I was coming down to an actual freaking war zone. Never been over in Stockholm before. That place is scary.
What's that?
All the freaking crackheads. It's crazy, just nuts. Steal your shit and help you look for it, kind of stuff. I recovered my flask. The one that I put in the report.
Yeah, I heard a little bit about that.
Yeah, I recovered it. It was in that room. When I went in there and cleaned it up after you guys came in.
And whose room was that?
That was CJ and Michelle's room.
Okay.
Yeah. I was happy to see that. People in life right there. Yeah, we can just go through this one. Got a cooking gear, a sleeping bag. Is my sleeping bag there, or is it just the mattress?
Sleeping bag. Sleeping bag, mattress, pot,
Box food, glue, Rubbermaid, skillet. Well, ain't nothing else to tell you. Captain Phillips said something about mailing address. I'm not going to use that address over there anymore. I went and actually talked to Terry Tidwell in East Circle 19A, where I was living, and the residents there told me that I could utilize that because that's what all of my stuff down here is like set up for. My bank account, my trucks, financing there. The only thing is like my license, but I can use 19A. East Circle Drive is a good mailing address for me. I'll write that down for you too. Station.
work like just wake up, start working, go to sleep, wake up again, start working?
Pretty much. Yeah, I'll go whenever I get back. I'll do a little bit. I got to transition from bathroom to the hallway for the towel. I got to chip up. I'll be able to sit there. At least I can sit on my butt, you know.
Yeah.
Putty some nail holes. Just take my time. I probably won't do that on the clock. I'll just do it for let me stay there. You know.
Yeah.
That's not my time. 5:30. Packed up everything. Brought me some more materials for tomorrow. So. Be on the roof tomorrow. Which I hate, but
You going up there?
gonna patch it the best I can. I didn't have insurance, so it's not a new there. Only gonna replace about 4 squares. Early. Yeah, there's a circle drive right there. That's where I was living. Let me see if it's there. It's just
Long drive from Big Pine.
when I was living in Marathon before I got that place, driving to Key West down to Duval Street down to the Pier House every day. An hour drive each way.
Yeah, that's a long drive.
Get up at 5 o'clock in the morning just so I could get there by 6:45. I had to ride the bus before I bought the truck. That was
Did you?
even worse.
Oh yeah. Then you gotta add all the stops of the bus in there too.
Yeah, oh, and then in the evening trying to get home.
Yeah.
15-hour day was every night.
Where are you from?
Dallas,
Detroit
Texas.
originally?
No,
Oh, Dallas.
Dallas, Texas. I grew up there. I was born in Canada, but I'm from Dallas, Texas. It's kind of weird, man. I don't understand this. They gave me a temporary driver's license down here
Right.
because I had a Canadian birth certificate. But I'm a veteran. veteran, and they won't recognize me as a citizen and give
That's
me
weird.
right. And I've had a Texas driver's license for 18 years,
Yeah.
and they wouldn't give me but a 1-year temporary driver's license. Like they're saying that I have to go to IMS. I'm like, whoa. I was in the military.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
have to do that shit. I don't know what to do. I mean, I don't know if I'm actually going to have to go to INS and go through that crap.
That's just weird.
It is weird, dude. It is weird. I've never experienced it. And they just argued. They were like, well, we don't even have to give you a driver's license, but we'll give you a temporary license. I'm like, well, I have a social security card. Like DD-214. I have my award letter that shows I'm 100%. How are you telling me I'm not a friggin' citizen?
Yeah.
People come over to this country, they join the military, they serve in combat, instantly get citizenship. I guess I don't know that. I'm hoping it's not going to be a problem. Yeah, whenever I go to pay my fine and do that, I'm hoping that they reissue me a driver's license.
Yeah.
Maybe I can go down to the VA and get an advocate or something like that. Show some workers to type me up some kind of letterhead. This is John Travis Johnson is a United States citizen. I like to procrastinate. Yeah. This shit stresses me out. The anxiety attacks are shaking, man. Almost makes me vomit and stuff. Just the PTSD. You guys serve? You?
What'd you say?
Did you serve?
Yeah, actually, I used to.
Yeah.
Back when I was younger. Probably didn't do it as much now, but. You say serve or serve?
No, serve.
Oh, no, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
serve in the military.
I wish I had, but I had not.
No, I can't surf for shit. I can ski or water ski, but I can't surf. Sometimes I think it was the best decision and the worst decision I ever made in my life. Or for
Where'd you do your boot camp at?
in Georgia. That was 219. Rocket Chickamauga. Rock Forest. Shoot him in the face. That was another motto we had. Originally from Florida. You are from Key West, you're Con. What about you?
Grew up in Pennsylvania, then I lived in Charlotte, North Carolina for a long time, and I've only been down here a few years.
I like it. Sometimes it's paradise, and at the same time it's hell. But I guess that's anywhere. At least it's warm here.
Yeah, exactly.
At least it's It's not a bad place to be homeless. Beaches,
At least you don't have to be cold.
right?
got torched in a hurricane.
Yours did?
Yeah.
Oh, man. Were you on a boat?
What's that?
Was it a boat or a house?
No, it was a house.
Burn up, huh?
No, actually, I mean, it just, the foundation got crumbled. Yeah.
There's a couple of things that got burned. My next door neighbor on 19 over at East Circle Drive.
Yep.
There was one of those big coaches, like the tour bus coaches. $250,000 coach burned to the ground. It's just a bunch of melted, rusted metal sitting on the ground right now.
Oh, wow.
Got the palm trees on fire and everything. How'd you fare?
Not too bad.
I know a good handyman. I know a good handyman. I'm pretty good at what I do.
I know we gotta go find more people.
Right. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Did you ever get a hold of John?
No, I was busy yesterday. Friday, I'll go down here.
Right. And tomorrow's Thanksgiving. So.
Yeah. Is he there most of the day? Or?
I don't know.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
he's like, he works or he comes and goes, but
Isn't that like a friend of yours?
no.
Oh, okay.
No, not at all. He was just a witness.
That's right.
Yeah, I met him until today.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I was out there panicking. I was like, man, I saw everything. I was like, yes, I'm calling the cops right now.
Let me go down and find the elevator.
You guys are making my night a little bit.
What's that? Yeah, I gotta get something in my car.
Go up. Want to smoke? Wanna go up? Yeah, go ahead, man.
I need to give him up, man. Kill me. I've been doing it too long.
Oh.
Things. Yeah, they're gonna kill me. I'll tell you one thing though, when I was in the Army, it blew people away. I run 2 miles, a cigarette hanging out my mouth, and run a 12 flat, 2 miles. I know. That's just wow. Sidearms you guys carry these days? 40? Yeah, Glock. Anything? You like them? I think that's
Mine is 9.
You like 9?
I have 45 forever. Like small.
Yeah. 45 is my name. Huh?
Lighter.
Yeah. I like the Kimber 45s, man. I had one for a while.
Hey, what's up?
Sweet little gun. I think they're fixing to go to a with a search weapon in the military now.
Are they?
Yeah. Yeah. 9mm as well, though. I don't get paid until Friday, so I'm going to get cash in my pocket. Go spare it. Food, fuel, a little bit of ice. A few beers in my chest. And I was waiting for you to get back here. Well, even the neighbors, they're going to go and send somebody else going to stay there. They're like, they got some water.
Cost us an hour. Oh, that's right. The door don't work.
Exactly.
Oh, I parked over here to make it easier. Yeah, I didn't even think about that.
We gotta walk this thing, the door's unopened?
Yeah, there's a messed up door.
Yeah.
Here, one sec. Can you copy a warrant service? If unit is available, 63 Barcelona Drive. 63 Barcelona Drive. It's Isaiah Rodriguez. I was told he is there right now, and he's been coming in and out of the back door.
Upstairs? Upstairs, obviously.
Yeah. A felony warrant. Okay, cool. Windows messed up and a little water here and there. This door right up here. Yeah. He's gonna open it. I got it. There it's locked.
There it is.
Oh, looks familiar?
Yeah.
Alright.
Sure.
Let's have a seat, 'cause I gotta ask you a bunch of questions about this.
Cool.
Want water or something?
Yes, please.
Alright. Let's see.
Don't speak.
Good water. Can you give him a water from them too? There you go, he's going to get very over all of that.
So, that stuff out there, that's definitely yours. Okay. Do you know who John Ego, who he identified as keying your vehicle? Do you know who he identified as keying your vehicle?
He didn't know her name 100%, but his remarks were Will's girlfriend, who I believe to be a girl named Crystal.
Yeah.
And then
Do you know Crystal?
With passing, I don't really know her. You know.
Did y'all live together?
I mean, she was there with Will, like, before they evicted her. I mean, like.
Alright, so she lived inside of this place, and you lived there as well.
I came to visit Dave. I wasn't really living there. I was just kind of visiting Dave, and they were in the back bedroom, and in the process of being evicted because CJ and Michelle, there had been an incident where CJ had assaulted her, I guess.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Hello? Oh yeah, tell him I'm not on the warrant service. I was just calling you out. No, I'm at headquarters. Here, 155.
I'm so dehydrated. You been a cop most of your life?
Did over 15 years in Charlotte.
Sorry about that, man.
No worries.
I called out a warrant service, and I guess it sounded like I was there. All right. So go ahead, you,
Okay, so where I was, so.
you're visiting there.
Right, I'm visiting Dave, I'm coming down, you know, I wasn't planning on staying around long, you know, and, for what I learned, what I found out was that CJ and Michelle, I guess CJ had put his hands on Crystal and got either arrested for it or got a protective order and wasn't allowed to come back. Other than that, she pretty much, like, kept to herself, quiet, always on her phone, you know, doing her thing, whatever it was that they were doing, you know, and
Yeah.
I didn't really.
Why would she key your truck?
That's what I don't understand.
No idea?
No idea. There was no malicious nothing. Like, there was no arguments. I didn't, like, it baffles me because I didn't do anything to anybody. Like, all I did was bring food over there and
Yeah.
share my alcohol and, you know what I mean? Like, try to be good, you know.
So no idea why she would do it to you?
No clue, dude.
Okay.
I have no clue why anybody would do anything like this to me at all. You know, I mean, honestly, like, I don't know CJ, I don't know Michelle. David is the only one I really know.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I don't even know him that well. And then, you know, go to jail and come back and her shit's gone, you know.
All right, and so this stuff here, she says she was keeping it for you for safekeeping. That's not true.
I didn't tell anybody to keep any of my stuff. You know, I'm not, I don't know her.
Right.
You know, what are you gonna do with my shit? I don't know you. Yeah. So I didn't give anybody any permission to take any of my stuff anywhere.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you want to press charges for the theft of these items right here?
If she's the one who did what she did to my truck, yes. But this petty crap, no.
So
No.
for the vandalism to the truck, yes.
Yeah, if she did that, if she can be positively ID'd to do that, of course I want to press her fully. But for this stuff, man, that's,
Okay.
yeah, I don't want to do
Okay.
that to somebody, you know. That's just food and survival gear.
Yeah. So you didn't tell her anything or nothing?
No.
Give her no reason, no argument, anything?
No.
She just picked a random truck out there and started keeping
Yeah,
it?
they did. And I don't know if it was probably one of those, you got nice shit and I don't kind of things. Maybe that's what it was. I don't
And
know.
you said she went back and talked to you a couple days after, or the next day?
Well, they came back. No, it wasn't the next day. It was, I don't even remember what day it was. It was 2 days ago, maybe 3 days ago.
And they, as in,
They, Will and Crystal both came in, and I told them both, I was like, look, y'all gotta go. I said, I'm supposed to call the cops. If I see you guys, you know, and, you know.
did they try to tell you sorry? Did they try to do anything?
No, they just, well, let's get the hell out of here, and they.
So did they tell you the reason they're going there for?
No.
Okay.
Oh, no, she did. She said she was coming back with more of her belongings.
Okay.
I was like, you ain't got nothing here anymore, whatever, you need to go.
Was anything mentioned about this or the truck or anything? Just told them you gotta go,
Yep.
and that was it?
Nope, told them to
Okay.
get the hell out of there.
Alright, that's fair enough.
Huh?
Good deal.
Yeah.
I just need to sign anything for the proper or anything like that.
Yeah.
I know I have my own pen. Oh, is that the pen?
I know, don't worry about it.
Right here. I got mine. Got my pen, I got my notepad, anything I need to write down.
Signature here. Return to owner. These are the items. Blue bin, miscellaneous food items, sleeping blanket, beige and brown, black pot, blow up, bed and pump.
Yep.
There's some other little.
Right there, there's a lot of few, little random stuffs in there.
27. Alright, take a copy of that and we're good.
Good. Okay, so I was hoping I could talk to you too, alright, if you don't mind. And obviously you're free to leave at any time. I gotta stress this because of where I'm doing the interview. I prefer not in some ways to do it here, because you have to read your rights. I wanna stress, you're not under arrest or anything like that, alright? We're at the headquarters doing the interview.
Right.
Okay, are you cool with that?
Yeah, what's up?
I appreciate it, I knew you would be. I'll read them to you. Before you are asked any questions, you must understand the following rights. I'm reading this upside down, so bear with me, okay?
Right.
You have the right to remain silent, and you do not have to talk to me if you do not want to, or if you do not wish to. You do not have the I can't do it upside down. You do not have to answer any of my questions. Do you understand this? Will you initial right there for me at the yes? Alright. Should you talk to me, anything in which you may say may be introduced as evidence in court against you. Do you understand that? If you want a lawyer to be present during questioning, at this time or any time hereafter, you are entitled to have a lawyer present. Do you understand the right? And if I was a smart man, I'd just do it off of memory and not try and read it, and I'd be alright. If you cannot afford to pay for a lawyer, one will be provided for you at no cost if you want one. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Alright. Knowing these rights, are you willing to answer my questions without having a lawyer present?
I wish I knew him too. Excuse me.
And then if you just sign a date right there, please.
Oh, wait. And today is the 22nd.
Great question.
22nd. 2017. Time too?
What's that? That's good enough. I'm sorry, it does say time. I was wrong. 6:55 p.m. Perfect. And then if you would sign under witness, and I'll sign the advising. Due to where you were staying and everything like that, I'm hoping you can tell me everything you heard out on the street about what happened Friday night.
What, the fight at CBS?
Yeah,
There's
absolutely.
the coconut telegraph runs.
Let me hear it all. Man.
Basically, that there was a fight down at CBS, and that somebody
Give me
got
1 second.
cut.
Let me write this down if you don't mind, because I can't pay attention to you and write. I'm not that talented, and I
Right.
really want to hear what you have to say.
Right. Somebody got cut, and somebody bled out, and like it's been chaotic there since.
What do you mean chaotic there since?
The SWAT team showed up at the house. The place got raided. I mean, it's just been absolute chaos. And then they arrested the neighbor downstairs, you know, for whatever's going on. I'm freaking baffled by really what's going on in this neighborhood. That's why I want to frig out here.
Don't blame you.
You know,
What? Tell me about that neighbor.
Roy.
Okay.
Yeah, I just know that he's got a pregnant wife down there, and he's a pretty cool guy. You know, he's lived in Plano, Texas before. He's was cooking at Burger King for a little while.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, and him and David were good friends. Other than that, you know, he can come up, play dominoes with us, and drink and kick it. Other than that, I don't know much about the dude.
You guys hang out all the time, besides
Oh.
playing dominoes or anything like that?
No, I mean, we've walked to the store a few times, got beer, cigarettes, stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, like he's got an open court case.
Okay.
Okay, so he was one of the first people that was getting evicted from that place.
Oh, okay.
Right, and then he gathered all the information. I went down to the county clerk's office with him and David to try to get it all sorted out. Other than that, that's about all I know about the dude.
What about, is there anybody talking, like, you said, I know the coconut, who are some of the people that are talking about it? Yeah.
Well, I was down on the beach, and what's his name? A couple of the homeless guys were talking about it. I can't remember his name. I think they call him Colin. He's an old man.
Okay.
And then another dude named Jason. And they were like telling me, dude, we know you're staying over there. What the fuck's going on? I wish I fucking knew. I'm ready to get the hell out of there.
Right.
So, I mean, that's really all I've heard.
Okay. What did Cullen have to say about it? Cullen, the first guy.
No, he was just talking about, aren't you still staying over there? You know, what's going on? I was like, dude, I don't know. I'm ready to get the fuck out of there. People are getting freaking killed down the street. You know, cops are coming in every other day. Get the fuck out of there.
Okay.
You know.
Who else
So-
stays there with you?
Well, there was Big Scott, you know, the big guy that had his foot hurt, whatnot, and then.
Have you talked to him at all?
Yeah, I told him to leave today.
You want to go to the doctor?
Yes, I did, because I think he's either sprained his ankle or broke it, stepped.
From what I hear, and I didn't get to see it, but other people talk to me, I think he may have an infection. He may lose his foot if he doesn't go to the doctor.
Really?
So if you talk to him, please
Yeah.
stress him. He needs to go to the doctor.
I told him I was going to give him a call today after I got off work, make sure
Okay.
he's all right.
Yeah.
And then the other cat was Tyrone.
Okay, who's Tyrone?
Tyrone, shit, I don't know his name. He was one of CJ and Michelle's friends that they asked him to come and stay in their room to watch their shit.
Is that where he was staying, in their room?
Yep.
Okay.
And other than that, that's just
Which room were you staying in?
the one in the back, or when you're in the dining room.
Are you gonna have to walk me through slow, because I
All right.
will get confused.
When you come up the stairs,
Okay.
all right, pass through the hallway, pass into where the kitchen is.
Yep.
The first door on your right.
Okay. And then explain to me where Tyrone was staying.
When you come up the stairs,
Okay.
the room that's built right there around it, the first door your right there.
First door to the right?
Right when you come up the stairs, that first entrance.
Okay.
That's the one that he was in.
Alright, I got you. Alright.
And Big Scotty was laying on the floor.
Sleep anywhere?
Yeah.
Alright, so, Colin told, what did Jason tell you? Was it Jason, the other one at the beach that you talked to? I'm gonna get the name
No.
wrong, so forgive me.
Jason, yeah, I don't know his last name. His
Okay.
name is Jason, and then there's Maddie.
What did Jason tell you about what happened?
They're here and they're asking me, like, what's going on over there?
Right.
And, like, that's all they're hearing is that, wow, somebody got killed over there, da-da-da-da-da. They don't really know anything. They're just worried about me, telling me, you know, get the fuck out of there,
Yeah.
you know. So,
What details, besides that, what details have you heard about it? Who have you heard did it?
I haven't.
You haven't?
Not at all. Not at all. It
Okay.
scared me whenever you guys came and raided the house. I was like, what the fuck is going on here?
What did people tell you about that? Why were
Well,
there?
I heard from April downstairs that Roy got charged
Okay,
with manslaughter.
gotcha.
So, I mean, fuck, I'm scared to death now. I'm ready to get the fuck out of there.
Do me a favor, think back to the Friday night, okay? And walk me through your entire day Friday. What time did you get up Friday?
Shit, I don't even remember what time I got up. I wasn't working. I'd been there all day, going through my shit.
You didn't work Friday?
No,
Okay.
not Friday.
Were you at the house all day?
Been there trying to figure out basically where I was gonna go, what I was gonna do, going through my shit,
Okay.
you know, making sure, checking on my truck constantly,
Okay.
running off
Because
people.
that was after it got scratched, wasn't it?
Right,
Okay.
yeah. So I'm constantly in and out of the house, constantly sleeping with one eye open, you know, worried
Yeah.
about who's coming to the door. Ran off a guy named Eric and some black guy named John Molly. I guess that's what they call his name. We would call him.
Eric and John Molly, who is it? I don't know anything about that.
I don't know who they are. I just know that he drives a green truck, and
Okay.
they were in and out of there regularly. And they tried to come back in, and he was changing his friggin' oil in the driveway, because I had gone down to CVS, I guess, to get cigarettes and not cigarettes, but what the fuck, fucking some Tide bleach and a few
Yeah.
other things to clean up with. And they were in my driveway, changing their oil. So I told them to get the fuck out of there.
Yeah.
It was about, I don't know, maybe noon, maybe.
What's Eric look like?
Bald head. He's got a couple of tattoos right here around his eye.
White guy, black guy?
He's a white guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
And John was a black guy?
Yeah,
Okay.
with like the little spindly
I gotcha.
dreadlocks, I guess you could call them.
Alright, how old was that?
Probably in their early 20s, mid-20s, somewhere around.
Okay. And you said John Molly, is that right?
Well, I don't know if that's his name. That's just what they were
What did he
calling
go
me.
by?
Yeah,
Does he deal Molly? Or?
that's what I think.
Okay,
Yeah, I think
gotcha.
that may be why they're calling him that. So,
What's his size? Like, what's John look like?
about my build.
Like Bill?
Yeah,
Okay.
about my height. He may be a little bit lighter than me. He's kind of skinny.
Okay.
So it's about the same height.
And what time were they buying the house?
It was in the afternoon. Yeah, it was
Okay.
around noon, somewhere around
Gotcha.
there. Yeah.
And you chased them away keep walking me through it then, if you don't
I
mind.
just told them, because they didn't know that they weren't supposed to be there.
Oh, okay.
And I told them to hurry up and do what they were doing, get their shit and get out of there. Because after I got out of jail, the police told me that I was really the only one that should be in that house. So,
Oh, okay.
you know, and that's what I'm doing. I've been guarding it and guarding everything in there in my life.
Not an easy job, huh?
No, it's not. I sleep with one eye open.
Yeah.
You know,
So what'd you do the rest of the day then?
sat there and played dominoes with friggin' Tyrone and Big Scott. He came by and
Okay.
that was about it. Detroit came up for a little while.
Detroit, who's Detroit?
That's the dude downstairs. That's what they call him.
Which,
The Roy.
oh, right,
Yeah,
sorry,
that's what
okay.
they call him, is Detroit.
That's his name is Detroit?
That's where he's from.
Oh, alright.
Yeah.
That makes sense then.
Yeah. Played dominoes with him and drank beer. Drank beer and caught a buzz and
You guys go anywhere?
no, I walked up, got cigarettes as I do every day, you know, walk up.
What time did you go get cigarettes?
Who knows? I don't know.
Dark,
Yeah,
light,
it was dark.
dark out at that point. Was it just you?
Yeah, it's just me.
Okay, nobody was with you?
Yeah.
Then did you go straight back to the house?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's literally 150 yards from the house.
Yeah, that's right, yeah, it's not bad. And I don't want you to think I'm a trap, I don't, you know, I do care about you driving without a license, don't get me wrong, alright?
Right.
Don't do it, alright?
Right, I know,
Don't get me
but
in
I
trouble
did do
with
it, right.
But did you take the truck when you went to get cigarettes, or did you walk?
No, I walked.
Okay. Did you take the truck anywhere that day, or the?
Yeah, no, I did. I drove the truck. That's where I came back, and Eric and John Molly were in my driveway.
Okay, where did you go on in the truck?
I went up to CVS.
Oh, the CVS, alright, to get beer, is that right?
And, well, I got a little bit of beer, but I wanted to hide and bleach and a few
Gotcha.
other things so that I clean.
Okay, I got you. Was anybody else with you in your truck? It's just you? Alright. So after, yeah, that was a lot of after you went to the Tom Thumb, you came straight back, did you go out at any all that night? You just stayed in the house? Alright, was it you and Big Scott, who all was up there with you at that point?
It was me and Big Scott.
Just the two of you? Okay. And no one else? Alright.
Tyrone, I think, came back about, I don't know, I want to say 11:30 maybe.
Okay.
'Cause he
At
did-
night?
Yeah,
Oh,
because
okay,
he's
so
been
really-
standing there and off and on, watching CJ and Michelle shit, but,
I got you.
it was just me and Big Scott.
Were you awake when Scott came back?
Yeah.
Remember what he was wearing?
A pair of shorts and a t-shirt, like, I don't remember exactly what they were, but the same shit he wears every day.
What about shoes?
I couldn't tell you. A pair of black tennis shoes, maybe, I don't know.
Okay. Where did he go when he came back?
Into the room.
And did he say anything? Talk to anybody?
No.
Alright,
I mean, he's kind of a quiet guy.
I got you.
You know, he doesn't really communicate much. So
Yeah, absolutely.
Gets on his computer, goes in that room, and does whatever he does. So
What about Rory?
he's,
Or Detroit, whatever.
that Roy is his name. Is it Roy or Rory?
I think it's technically Rory, but I think everybody calls him Detroit or Roy.
Right,
That's what I'm
his
getting.
name is Roy. He's up and down in his Wi-Fi a lot, dude.
Yeah.
A lot. So I don't get involved with them.
Was he around much Friday night, or I know you guys said you played dominoes for a little bit, but that's about it.
Yeah, I saw him a couple times.
When do you remember the times that you saw him?
I don't have a clue. I mean, I don't really pay attention to time that much.
Okay, yeah, absolutely.
Right.
Did you and Rory go anywhere, or you and Detroit go anywhere together? No.
No, I've never really been anywhere with him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You guys don't walk the neighborhood at all?
Well, no, we've walked to get cigarettes together during the day, but
Yeah.
I don't really go anywhere with him.
Alright. What about Friday? Walk to get cigarettes with him on Friday?
With him?
Yeah.
No.
What about with Big Scott?
Yeah, I walked with Big Scott.
You did walk with Big Scott to get. What about Ty? Anything else you can think about on Fridays? I'm forgetting.
No, that I can.
I'll tell you, because it's obviously, we're talking about a murder case, so it's very important for us. Do you mind if I step out for a little bit, because I got to make a phone call, because my phone's blown up?
Do whatever
Will
you
you
want to
do me a huge favor?
I'm a little confused. I'm the slower one. Oh, listen. All right, so Friday, the CVS part. Where does that come into play? You went to CVS to buy some.
Yeah, I went up there and bought
The
some
daytime
Tide.
or
and-
nighttime?
It was daytime. It was.
Oh, that was during the day.
Yeah.
And then
yeah.
okay.
Yeah, it was really early in the day, like before noon. And
Oh, okay.
That's when I came back and dudes were changing their friggin' oil in the parking lot.
Ah,
Cool.
gotcha.
Ah.
And then
I told them
just during the night sometime? Like that normal cigarette?
Normal cigarette, beer run, yeah, I'd probably walk up there 5, 6, 7 times a day sometimes.
Do you remember going there Friday?
Yeah.
Do you buy cigarettes daily or
Yeah.
a couple packs at a time? Or?
Yeah, well, I buy sometimes, people like to bum, so
Mhm.
I'll buy one at a time. And I've been smoking a little bit more than normal because I've been under a lot of stress.
Yeah.
So I'll spend a lot of money on cigarettes. A lot.
Do you remember what you bought on Friday when you went to Thompson?
A pack of 305s and a pack of Marlboro 72 Reds. Those are the brands that I buy, so.
You pay cash, credit card?
I always pay cash.
Always pay cash?
Yeah.
Do you remember who was working there?
No.
No?
This is the same Haitian people that are always there.
Yeah.
A little gal and 2 little guys, little skinny guys, yeah. They're always there.
Don't make you repeat it, just trying to
No, that's fine.
get it clear in my head. Okay, cool.
And you're confident the only person you went with was Big Scott the one time, right? Alright, cool. Give us just a second. Think hard about Friday night for me, alright? So we can try and get some details down.
Sure.
I'm gonna have a bunch more, but let me step out and make these calls real quick.
Need a snack or something?
I do.
No, I'm just dehydrated as fuck. I need another bottle of water.
Got you.
Fucking town. Just wanna go home. This place is nuts.
if I can do this again and not be rude.
And not rude.
Hey, when my phone's blowing up, it's irritating.
Thanks, sir.
I'll give you a minute to think. Here's what I need from this. We're gonna go back over Friday again, if that's all right. And it's important for us to get a good timeline, okay? So that's what I really want you to focus on are the times, and then I might interrupt you here and there, try to get some details. What car was John Molly in them in?
A green Dodge Ram. It's an older model Dodge Ram, probably like 90s.
All right.
Some paint fading on the front of it.
Gotcha. So think hard. What time do you think you got up Friday? Just very best you can do.
Good luck. I don't know. I mean, I really don't focus on remember that kind
Would
of
it be
stuff.
like 7 a.m.? What's your norm? 7 a.m., 10 a.m.?
Sometimes I get up at 7. Sometimes I get up at 10.
All right.
Sometimes I get up at 6. I mean, I haven't been sleeping real well, so I try to get down and get up, whatever.
Right.
But I just don't really look at the time that much or remember that well. I've got a traumatic brain injury. I don't remember things real well. So my short-term memory is it comes and goes. Ask me in a month, and I probably could tell you exactly what I did. But
right
right now I really don't know exactly times and stuff that that things went on. Daylight, midday, evening. That's about it.
All right. What did you do when you got up?
Tried to fix me something to eat.
Okay. Remember what you ate?
Oatmeal.
Okay. Nice. All right. And then you finished your meal. What'd you do next?
Sat there, got on my cell phone, put Mistrial on Facebook.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Organized my stuff.
Yeah.
Cleaned up the house a little bit.
All right. Then what'd you do next?
I don't know, dude. I mean, I don't know.
Okay. Well, at what point did you go to CVS then?
When I realized that the bathroom was friggin' nasty and we didn't have any bleach and we needed some stuff to clean up and I needed some laundry detergent.
So what time do you think that was?
Like I said, midday.
Midday, like noon, lunchtime?
Yeah, around that time.
Okay.
The place was pretty busy, so.
Who was at the house when you left to go to CVS?
Big Scott, I think.
Big Scott was?
Yeah.
Okay. What were you wearing when you went to the CVS?
Pair of camouflage shorts.
Camouflage?
And this belt right here.
Okay, what about shirt-wise?
What shirt? I don't remember. Probably, I don't got very many of them. It may have been this one. It may have been another one that I have. That's a fishing shirt.
Okay.
It's a long sleeve.
Hat? No hat?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry.
You always wear your hat?
Yeah, well, because my hair is a little.
Alright. Is it always that hat you're wearing?
No, I have a black hat too.
You have a black hat too?
Yeah.
Okay. So you went to the CVS about lunchtime, right around there. You got bleach. What else did you say you got?
Some Tide.
Some Tide?
And, of course, an 18-pack of Budweiser.
You can't go to the store without it, right?
Yeah. It was on sale, so.
And then from there you went straight back? Okay. Which way did you go back? What norm do you, when you go to CVS?
Straight up.
Straight up and straight back? Okay. When you got back, what'd you do then?
Sat around the house, waiting for the next thing to happen, I guess, just sitting there chilling, playing dominoes with Scott, either that or playing on my phone, listening to music.
Yeah.
Trying to get the place friggin' tidied back up so I could feel some substance of normality.
Did you do some cleaning in there? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
Okay.
Did a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Wondered why I didn't have any smoke. Was
Okay.
concerned about this friggin' charge and what was gonna happen to me when I go to court. That's basically what I've been doing, is just like stressing out over the situation with court.
Okay.
It's driving me nuts.
And then, what was Big Scott wearing?
Pair of shorts.
Shirt? Just shorts?
Yeah, well, he has a pink shirt
Okay.
that is buttoned up that Mostly just barefooted in a pair of shorts.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
What color shorts?
Yeah.
Green.
Same ones he always wears.
Alright. What time do you think it was that Ty came up there and started playing dominoes with you?
Ty didn't.
Oh, I thought. Alright,
No,
so.
Detroit played it with us for a while.
Okay, Ty never played dominoes with you?
He did not play.
Okay. So what time do you think it was that Detroit came up and played?
Shit, I don't know. It was getting dark. Yeah,
Like just starting to get dark? Or?
Yeah, it was just starting to get dark.
Okay, what was he wearing when he came up to play dominoes?
White t-shirt, I think, and a pair of jogging pants, like what you would wear when you're sitting around your house.
Okay. What color was, you said a white t-shirt? What color were the pants?
I don't know, maybe gold and black stripe or something like that. I don't know.
Okay.
And a pair of jogging shorts.
Was he wearing shoes at all? No. And what time was it then was it before or after Detroit being up there that you and Big Scott went to Tom Thumb? After he was up there?
He went home, his wife started, and he went, and we needed cigarettes and stuff again, so I went back down there.
You and Big Scott went down there? Had you seen Ty at this point?
Not for a while.
Okay. What do you mean not for a while?
Well, he'd been there and then left, and I didn't see him for the rest of the day, and then he came in that night.
What was he doing while he was there?
Just chilling in the room.
With you guys playing dominoes?
He didn't, like I said, he didn't communicate with us much.
But he was just playing dominoes with you?
He didn't play dominoes.
He was just sitting in the room with you?
No, he wasn't in the room with us, he was in his room.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he didn't communicate with us much.
Gotcha.
Because he was watching Michelle and CJ shit.
Okay.
So, I don't know the guy that well, so.
When you saw him there, what was he wearing?
I wish I could tell you, it looked like a pair of camouflage shorts or green shorts or black shirt and the same shit he wore every day. Like, the guy's homeless, he wears the same shit every day.
Okay.
You know,
And shoes?
they're his tennis shoes.
His tennis shoes?
Yeah.
What do they look like?
They were black tennis shoes.
Black tennis shoes?
Yeah. I mean, like,
Not like that?
no, not like, yeah, they were about like this, but they were black.
Color.
They're not, I didn't know, see a brand name, didn't pay attention, don't pay attention, that kind of shit, you know.
Okay. So you and Big Scott left. What were you wearing when you went to Tom Thumb?
My camouflage shorts, the same ones I've been wearing all day.
And shirt?
It's a fishing shirt or
Fishing
whichever
shirt.
one.
Okay.
Yeah, you're asking me the same questions over and over again.
Sorry, I'm not trying to. I'm just trying to get a little more specific. All right.
Right. I mean, I can't really tell you too specifics because I don't remember them that well. I have a hard time with my memory.
Gotcha.
I had a traumatic brain injury. You
Yeah.
understand? So.
Hey, I hate to interrupt this. I understand your question. How many steps from here? I get all that.
Right.
But the bottom line is, we had a couple people in here yesterday. You were aware? You talked to April. You talked to April. You said one got arrested.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
So they were
talked to her
here
this
last
morning.
night. You know, we talked to them.
Yeah, I talked to her this morning.
We have a lot of video we're reviewing.
Okay.
We have a lot of statements from them.
Okay.
And one went home.
Okay.
One went home, one stayed. So they've told us some things. And there's a $3,000 reward out for any information leading to an arrest.
Right.
So basically that's why. We're trying to make sure, so we know where you were.
Yeah.
It's easy to put, your name to this.
Right.
Possibly, right?
I hope not.
Okay, so that's why we keep asking these questions, because we need to make sure that we know where you were, we know what route you took. So if we see you on a video camera, if we see your truck pass, if we can verify what you purchased. Right now, we have someone at Tom Thumb trying to get the exact video of what you purchased, just trying to verify details, so that when we ask you a question that we're not 100% sure, we know you're telling the truth.
Right.
So we don't know everything. We know a lot of details.
Right.
So we can say, okay, well, he told the truth about this, so quite possibly he's telling the truth here.
Right.
Now, if we get you in a lie, oh, I wasn't there, but we have a video of you, and we can say that's you, and then your credibility is kind of bad.
Yeah,
so that's the
I
only
understand.
reason we keep asking you the question.
Well, I understand too. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to remember the
I know.
best I can because.
So just bear with us.
I've been thinking a lot and
Yeah, I
walking
get
back and forth, and I try to remember as best I can.
So that's the only reason it's all.
Right. My situation at that house was to really have after that point was to watch my shit as much as I could.
Mm-hmm.
And to try to communicate with these guys as little as possible and try to maintain some kind of normalcy until I could get my shit and get the hell
Is there a
out.
washer and dryer in there? So what do you do with the tide?
I was going to go to the laundromat.
Okay. You purchased it cheaper than the laundromat.
Yeah, I went and bought some so that I could go to the laundromat and do my clothes because there ain't nowhere to do them there. And I didn't have any. I still haven't been able to do it. I'm like wearing dirty socks and dirty underwear still.
Yeah. So this 18-pack of beer you purchased, when you come back to the house, you share?
Yeah.
Your roommates? Do they chip in with money? Or?
Well, no, I mean, because, I got it like that, you know, I mean, I had quite a bit of money going for me because I'm a disabled vet, you know, I'd saved some money, I came down here with quite a bit of money, and I'm generous, you know, I bless people, I try to, people have done it for me,
Right.
I do it for them, you know, because I know they're struggling, so,
Oh, yeah.
I do the best I can to not create any enemies, you know what I mean?
So what time do you think it was then that you were at the Tom Thumb with Big Scott?
I don't know. I mean, I want to say sundown. Like, it was dark.
Okay.
It could have been, let me think. Maybe around 9:30, 10 o'clock.
Okay.
Yeah, it was getting pretty late.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Let me do something. Maybe it'll help me out. We'll find out.
How many hats you have? 2? What colors?
This and black.
That one I black.
Was that you, Tom Thumb?
No, that is not me. I can't tell, I mean, but that does not look like me at all.
So you're wearing those shorts, right?
No, not these shorts. I was wearing an actual pair of camouflage shorts. They're a little bit longer. Same belt that I got on. Pull it up again. That is not me. Nope, that is not me.
Question, this is the Tom Thumb, so I thought that's
Right.
why I was hoping.
Yeah, no, it's not
So we
me.
can validate your story, because he's wearing a red hat,
Well,
obviously.
this hat, most of the time, this is the hat that I wear when I work. Because it stinks, it's dirty, you know what I mean?
Can I see what you're looking at? Sure.
I have a black hat that I wear whenever I'm out being around people. You know what I mean? Because this thing stinks. I've had it for a long time. It smells really
This is
bad.
red hat.
Yeah.
Shorts, little hair here.
Where? Yeah, 'cause this hat stays in my truck.
Were you wearing a hat when you went to Tom Thumb?
I don't even think I was. I think
Really?
I might have been. I might not have been. I mean, I don't know. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. But I think if I go out, most of the time, I go out and I wear my black hat like this. You know? Very rarely will you see me wear that black hat that I wear front because it's fitted.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean, all the way around.
You went to Tom Thumb about 9:30, 10 o'clock, and then you
I
go
think
back,
That's about the time, yeah.
and then you're chilling at the house the rest of the night.
Matt coming in and out, checking my truck, and I was down in the truck, and then whoop,
What do you mean?
the
Help me out.
SWAT team surrounded the house.
Oh, alright.
Yeah.
That was Friday night?
That was the night the friggin' cop showed up at the house. That was the same night.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that. I think I was confused by something. Who all was there when the cops showed up?
Me and Big Scott.
Just the two of you?
Well, I think Roy was downstairs with his wife.
Okay.
You know, I mean,
What makes you think he was down there? Did you see him?
well, 'cause he had been up there with us, and his girlfriend started fighting, so we went back down home.
Okay.
You know, yeah. And I hadn't seen him the rest of the night until the next morning.
Okay. So the only person that you saw the rest of the night would have been, besides Big Scott, was Ty. And that was, you said, what time?
It was late. It was
Okay.
late, like, we were getting ready to go to bed late,
Yeah.
yeah. So, I mean, shit.
1 o'clock?
Yeah, maybe later.
Okay. And I know I asked you this already, but help me out, because it's important. What was he wearing when he came home?
Like I said, he was wearing shorts and the same t-shirt that he always wears.
Okay. Long sleeve or short sleeve t-shirt?
And short sleeve.
Short sleeve?
I think it's a tank top, actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And he's got a big long beard.
Yeah.
Not that long.
Alright. Alright. You can't think of anything else on Friday night?
No.
And besides going to CVS in the middle of the day, you don't remember driving your truck any time else?
No, because I didn't want to get caught driving it at night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about anybody else? Did you let somebody borrow your truck?
Nope.
Does anybody ever borrow your truck?
Nope.
Who else? So nobody gets in that truck without your permission?
Nope.
Does anybody ever ride with you?
Sometimes I let people ride with me, but most of the time I just keep.
Just you?
Yeah, I keep to myself in my truck.
Who else has been in that truck?
Big Scott's been in there.
Big Scott's been in the truck?
Yeah.
What about?
Because I picked him up from the beach and brought him
Okay.
back and forth, you know. So he didn't have to ride his bike.
Right. What about Detroit? Has he ever been in your truck?
Nope.
What about Ty? Has he ever been in your truck?
Nope.
No?
Nope. I've never taken either one of them anywhere in my truck.
Okay. Good deal. Give me just one more minute. Alright. Drink some water. Chill out for a second.
Boiled down. Did something stupid. I miss you so much, baby. So much.
Downtimes, I get that. No.
Was asking me where I was or what was going on because I may have been at the beach at that time looking for Maddie. I
Okay.
don't even call them Maddie because that was
How's that happen?
Detroit days.
Alright.
They called.
How long did you talk to Roy at 4:14? How many minutes was this conversation?
Like 30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Yeah.
Is that common? Is that...
No, it's not common at all. Let's see. How many times have I talked to him?
This is mine.
This is... Okay, so this is on the 16th. And I talked to him for 17 seconds.
Okay.
Okay.
Alright, so 4:14, talked to Roy, you were probably at the beach. So you definitely drove, you're not gonna walk there.
Right. Well, that's my biggest thing, man, is I'm scared to fucking get in trouble for driving my truck.
And I don't care if you drove.
Right.
I just want to verify something. Look at me. I want to verify something of what you're telling me. I haven't been able to verify one statement you've made with what we have. With what we have. So it's important to me to verify something.
It's actually really important to you. You've got to understand where we're coming from right now.
I do.
This is a murder case.
Yeah, I do.
You
I
understand
do.
that completely.
100%.
Okay, so if you tell us a bunch of things we
I'm
can't
scared,
verify,
right? I'm scared to death.
I'm not gonna lie, you
People that
should
were
be a little
doing it.
scared.
Well, I am, because if these are the guys that are involved in, like, and I've been around them and back and forth, I wish I could remember every little detail of exactly what you want to know about my day, because...
do you mind if I look at your phone?
Go ahead, man.
I appreciate that. While
Yeah.
you're talking, y'all.
Yeah.
I don't really want to get into I want you talk. I want you give me some stuff so I can verify. So we got from 4:14. You're probably at the beach. I understand you can. I mean, honestly, what did I do Friday? I was working, so it's a little easier. But it is hard to pinpoint downtimes. I get that. There's no doubt about that. We have a license plate reader. Have you ever seen those? Heard of those? Okay, they have them like on SunPass for tolls. They have different variations like that. We have them here. So we have your truck. I have pictures of your truck hitting a tag reader, and that's why we ask, did anybody else drive? Is it common for someone else to use your truck? Okay, so, and we have video. All right, so you telling me a time or something in a ballpark, we can verify. Okay, he was going to this location. He wasn't with Roy, or he was with Roy. He wasn't with this person, or he was with this person. So remember, we talked to these other two gentlemen for a long time. They told us a lot of things. Okay? Things that may or may not help you right now.
Or things that may or may not be true, you know.
Exactly. So that's why we're here. So I'm glad we're on the same page.
Yeah, dude.
All right.
I've fucking never done anything.
So do you remember?
In my life.
Do you remember meeting with Maddie?
Yeah.
The beach.
He was drunk.
Okay. So keep going from there.
Well, told him not to come back to the house, and got Dave's cell phone from him, because that was one of the things that Dave, when I got out of jail, was asking me to get his cell phone. To make sure that he had it when he got out of jail.
What do you think they told us? What do you think Tyrone would tell us
I have no
about
clue.
you?
I have no clue. None.
No idea.
None.
Do you mind if I cut it for 1 second?
Yeah.
I'm really, really curious about something here.
Yeah.
It bothered me. When I talked to you a few minutes ago, yeah, I see Rory a little bit, but we're not close.
Well, right. Well, after the court date thing, we've got phone numbers, and he contacted me after my truck, and yeah, he wanted on, you know, with the cause number, the eviction, and like, you know, I told him I'd do whatever I could to help out with that. So I don't know why I would have any problem with him at all. At all.
My feeling was there was some really bad blood between you and Roy.
No.
Some very bad blood.
None, dude. None. Not at all.
When I was trying to figure out what could you have done? I mean,
no,
listening to, you know.
I haven't done anything to anybody, man. Like, you can find anybody that knows me whatsoever. I'm not violent. I'm not aggressive. I don't start fights. You know what I mean? I don't. I don't. I've seen enough violence to last a lifetime, man.
All right.
You know? And for him to say that he's mad at me, that...
Man, no, my feeling, listening to him, of the details of his side of the story, the reason we're here.
Right.
My feeling was, damn, this guy must have really crossed him to be coming in here talking like this with us.
It doesn't make me feel well, because I don't have any enemies. I mean, I don't.
Don't sound like it, man. I mean,
No.
listening to you don't sound like it.
No, dude, I've lived a good, decent life, you know.
You spend a lot of time trying to get...
I have my vices, I have, the things that I like to do, but I don't hurt nobody.
You know, the big difference of when he gives us a time or something, we've been able to verify it. You know?
I don't know, but I don't know how to remember times like that, man. I just don't.
Yeah.
I wish I did.
I'm
Cat
to that chair.
I mean, I really do wish I could remember times better.
Yeah.
You know? Now, normally I have to write everything down so I can remember this shit. You know?
Travis, I'm going to take a big deep breath, because I'm going to try to keep my temper in check right now, because right now I'm really, really upset, and it's not at you, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
And you and I have had some good conversations over the last couple of days, and I'm going to tell you what has just happened and why I'm so upset. We are picking up April right now, and we're taking her to a safe house.
Okay.
And the reason we have to do this is because Ty threatened to kill her and the baby. Yeah. Yes. So two of the decent people in the story,
are no
April
longer
and her baby, who have nothing to do with any of this,
No.
have now been told, you better stop talking, you better start running, because if anything more is said to the police, I am going to take care of you and your baby. And I've got a 27-year-old first-time mother who is scared to death that she's going to get killed merely for telling the truth.
What the fuck, man? And I told her to call me this morning if she needed anything, and gave her my phone number, and if I needed, you know, because I came back to the house this afternoon. I called you guys, told you, and got my stuff and got out of there. And I told April,
she told us,
you know, if she needed anything at all, to give me a call, and I would come back and help her.
Travis, the really sad part of the story is this. We've had the opportunity to talk to a lot of people that are involved, and most of the people in the story are good, decent people. And you're one of the good, decent people in this story, Travis. You really are. You're a guy who's bounced back from hard luck and has really taken your life and moved it forward in positive. You did everything you could with a bad situation after the hurricane. You get victimized. You lose your tools, you lose your cooking utensils, they scratch your truck, and you still stay positive. You're not the one out there saying, I'm going to beat you, I'm going to kill you. What you're doing is you're doing the right thing, talking to the police, trying to get this set straight. You're one of the good guys in this story. Rory's one of the good guys in this story. Detroit is doing right by April. He doesn't have a lot of money, but he was working. He got her at least a somewhat decent place to stay. The conversation you and I had last night, it's not the Taj Mahal that you were living in, but it was a roof, and it was a place, and it was safe.
I'm trying to make it as safe as possible, you know.
Yep, and Travis, you've been doing right by everybody. And Rory was doing right by April. He knows she's scared. He knows that it's her first baby. He's proud to be with her, and he's proud to be having a son. He's waiting for that baby to come into this world. So there's good people in the story. You're a good person in the story. April is a good person in the story. Rory, Detroit is a good person in the story. The asshole in the story, you and I both know who the asshole in the story is.
Is it Ty?
No, we both know. Don't ask the question. You and I both know who the bad guy in the story is. You know. And he's only making it worse, Travis. How in the hell do you go to a 27-year-old, 9-month pregnant woman and tell her to her face, I'm going to hurt you and your baby. I'm going to take care of you and your baby if you don't stop running your mouth. What's April trying to do? Find out what's going on with Detroit. She's home alone.
Yeah.
Scared to death.
Yeah.
Asks a simple question. You know what she said to you.
Yeah.
How come Rory's stuff is on the internet and Ty isn't? And you were honest with her and said, Rory's in jail and Ty's not. And her statement to you was, how does that happen?
That's what I told her. I said, I don't know what the fuck to think about all of this.
Mm-hmm. Travis, I think what happened is, let's talk about the people living at the Treehouse. Let's talk about the good people in the story and the not so good people in the story. Not so good people living at the Treehouse. Addicted to crack, selling their body for crack, people coming and going worse than the place that you're living in, because there's no one in that treehouse that's trying to take care of the property. Matt's too old.
What is the Treehouse?
The place across from CVS.
Okay, I've heard
Okay.
about the crack den.
Yep, the crack den.
Okay.
You know where it is.
Yeah.
And you know the kind of people that are hanging out the crack den.
No, I don't. I've never been in there.
Yep, and I believe that.
Never been over there. Like.
So Travis, I think here's what happened. They get a little bit of money. And a little bit of money on Stock Island is 100. A lot of money on Stock Island is 1,000. And there's word on the street that $1,000 has changed hands. So Paul at the Treehouse got $1,000. And I think there's a discussion. There's a plan. Let's go and get the $1,000. They're crackheads. We'll go in. We'll make it quick. We'll come out. No one will know us. We'll make sure that we got masks. We'll make sure nobody knows it's us. They don't need the $1,000 to smoke up crack. We need the $1,000 to live. We'll do right with the money. We'll do right by all of us in the place on 2nd Street. And let's make this fast and easy. And I know you were part of the plan. Now I also know, hear me carefully, Travis, I also know that that plan never included hurting anyone at all. Because had there been discussion, any talks about hurting someone, you never would have participated. Because you're not that guy. You're not that guy that's going to sit down at a table with people and say, yeah, Let's go beat somebody up. Let's go rape somebody. Let's go rob somebody. Let's go kill somebody. That's not you. You're a guy who's trying to survive. That's you, Travis. Now, could I hear you? Could I see you saying, let's go get some money to make life a little bit easier for us? Yep. Because that's the kind of guy you are. You're struggling. I get it. You lost all your tools. You lost all your cooking supplies. The place that you're living is mold infested. Your mattress got wet. It's hard. And you're struggling. And there's this, let's go get a little bit of money to make life a little bit easier. And you didn't go into the treehouse. You didn't. But you drove them there. You drove them there, Travis. We got your truck on video. There's a camera right where you parked it. When you pulled off Laurel Avenue and parked your truck, and Detroit and Ty got out of that truck, all three of you are on a camera video. Now you did the right thing, because you dropped him off and then you got the hell out of there. You're gone. You don't know what they did in the treehouse. You don't know about it until after. The plan wasn't to go up in there and hurt anybody. The plan wasn't to go up there and kill anybody. The plan was, go up there, get the money, get your ass back, and then we'll split the money. That's the plan. And then everything went bad. And it wasn't Detroit that broke bad. You and I both know who broke bad. Who went off script, Travis? Who? The same guy that's threatening a 27-year-old 9-month pregnant woman. And that's not you. He broke bad. And he did the one thing no one talked about. There was never any plan to hurt anybody or kill anybody. And now you've all been living with that for the last 5 days. Nobody slept. Everybody's had a difficult time going to work. You know the one guy who's walking around loving it? Bragging to everybody today. I set up Detroit. He's in jail. I'm a free man. He thinks this is funny, Travis. He's bragging. He's not filled with guilt. He's not filled with remorse. He's not having trouble sleeping. He's not mourning the life of another human being. An old man. You know what he told us last night? Man, I heard he got stabbed 7 times. He was bragging about it. There's 2 sides to the story, Travis. The side of all the good people that got jammed up in a bad thing. Those are good people who've made mistakes. The other side of the story is the bad person who did a bad thing and feels really, really good about doing the bad thing. That's not you. What I need you to talk to us about, Travis, is you got to give us your side of the story. You got to let us know, because I believe in my heart and soul, you're one of the good guys on the good side of the story. You're not over here. You've never, your whole life, been over there. You're not a violent guy. You've never demonstrated hurting anybody. You're a good person that got just all jammed up in a really bad thing. And the really sad thing is, Travis, you weren't even up in there. You drove them. We got you on camera. You drove past the house at 8:45, real slow, so everybody could see where it was and where they were going to go when they came up out of there. And a little bit after 8 o'clock, you come back and you park your truck right in front of that camera at the gate. And they get out, Ty gets out, Detroit gets out, and then you do the smartest thing in your life. You don't get out of the truck. You get out of there. You get out of there. And then everything goes to shit. And now here you sit, good guy, stuck up in this bad stuff, trying to live past what the heck happened, and trying to deal with it every day.
I'm scared to death.
I know you are. And we're here to make sure,
I just want to go home.
I get it, and we're here to make sure that you are not going to get hurt. April's scared to death too. She's on her way to a safe house right now, Travis. So when I tell you that you are going to be safe, I'm telling you, you are going to be safe. But in order to make that happen, I got to know what happened. I got to make sure, Travis, you're a good guy.
You just said it.
You tell me it. That's what I think happened.
We need all of it, Travis. You can't.
Don't leave anything out,
Okay.
Travis, from the start.
Okay. I'm scared to death, guys.
I get it.
I understand that.
Travis,
Never
if my
did.
captain tells you she's not going to let you get hurt,
Okay.
she's not going to let you get hurt.
So we were sitting there playing dominoes, and they're wanting to get high. They wanted some money, and somebody said something to, I don't know, it was a Burger King guy. Said something about, there's a lot of money over here at the Treehouse and a bunch of stuff. And the next thing they're saying, well, let's go get some. And I said, well, I don't, you know, where do I come in this? They said, just park right there, we'll get out, you just do whatever. And I said, okay. And I did, and I pulled up, they got out, and I saw them running, and I got scared to death, and I took off. And I went back to the house, and they came back, and divvied up the money between the two of them, gave me a $50 bill to put in my truck for gas, and we went on from there. And I've been going on from there, and like scared to death that, you know, if I opened my mouth or if I said anything or did anything like sideways or whatnot, like I figured the best thing I could do was just try to keep doing what I was doing and be the right guy and be the right thing.
Travis, I can't tell you how happy it made me today when I talked to you earlier to hear that you had a place to stay in Big Pine.
And
Because
work, and a guy that,
Yep.
That's been a good part of, you know, my existence when I was here before I left in June.
Because I've been sick to my stomach, worried about you, worried about April, worried about Detroit. Because in this story I saw you all as good people. Travis, you said they. Who were the they that were talking about going to the Treehouse? Who's with you when you're having that talk?
Ty and and Roy.
Just so Ty and Roy, where were you having the talk at?
Inside the house.
Upstairs where you and
Where
Ty?
we play dominoes.
Where you play dominoes.
Thank you. My PTSD is kicking in a little bit. I'm about to have an anxiety attack, okay?
Take a
I'm
breath.
trying real hard not to.
Take a deep breath.
Take a deep breath. You're good. You're good. We're not in a hurry. We're safe. Travis, everybody's safe. We got you, buddy. You're safe.
You're in the
You're
safest
in-
place you can be right now.
You're in a good... Well,
I didn't come down here.
I know.
I didn't want this. I don't
Just relax, man. Just relax, alright? Alright?
hurt anybody in my
We know that.
Travis.
We know that, Travis.
That's
We do.
exactly why we're talking with you. We know you didn't do this. We know you never meant for it to happen.
No.
Never.
No.
Never, never,
I
never.
was just trying to get along with everybody in the house, you know, so that I wouldn't get victimized even more. I don't know, you know. I don't know how to explain this. I don't know what to say, Ken.
I know. Travis, the thing to say is the truth, and that's what you're doing, and that's the best thing you can do.
I'll do whatever you guys want me to do. 100%.
We want you to be safe. We just want you to tell the truth, Travis. That's all we want.
And we're gonna help you be safe, Travis. We're gonna help you.
I've never been in trouble in my life. I don't know. I didn't want it. I just want to go home.
We're going to do what we can for you, Travis, okay?
Do I have to go to jail tonight?
We're going to talk to the state attorney, and we're going to see what we can do, okay? I don't make that decision, Travis. That's... I know that.
I don't want to go to jail.
I know that. Travis, let's get some of the details so I can talk to the state attorney, okay? So it's you, and it's Ty, and it's Roy, and you're upstairs. And what time of the day was the discussion? How early in the day? How late in the day?
I mean, it all transpired within like 30 minutes.
Okay.
You know, there was Roy left for a little while. I think he went to Burger King. He came back, and he said to Tyrone about, you know, this is happening, and you know, and they're doing, and you know, let's go over here and get this money. And they said, would you drive us over there? And I was like, man, guys, I don't really want to be any part of this, but yeah, I'll drive you over there.
Okay.
I said I would. I said I'd do it, and I said, you know, whatever's whatever. Like, I'm not looking for a cut or anything like that. I just, you know, want some gas in my truck.
Yep. Just
That's
trying
all,
to take care of yourself.
That's all I'm trying to do.
Travis, you're trying to survive. We get it. We absolutely get it. So how much earlier in the day is this talk about going over there before 8 o'clock at night?
an hour.
Okay.
So, yeah, I mean, yeah, maybe an hour.
So who knew there was money up in that house, in that treehouse? Who was talking about knowing there was money up there? Tyrone. Was there a dollar amount discussed? Did he know how much money was up in there? Did he say how he knew there was money up in the house?
Somebody at Burger King told him.
Okay. So, we're gonna go get the money. They ask you to drive the truck. What do they do to get ready to go get the money? Talk to me about what you see them planning and what they're doing to get it going.
They put on a pair of black pants and a black shirt, and I guess it's called a neck gaiter, one of those
Okay.
hoodie things.
Who had the net gaiter in?
On Tyrone.
Tyrone. Okay.
Because he's got a beard this long.
Okay. Did you see Detroit do anything with like a neck gaiter or anything?
I think he had, it just looked like a, what do you call it, a beanie, a hoodie thingy.
Okay.
And a friggin' mask.
What'd the mask look like?
Like a demon.
Okay. Like when you say demon, I see Satan. Tell me what you describe as demon.
It's sharp teeth, like almost like a dinosaurish type looking thing.
Did Ty have a mask?
No.
Okay. So they get dressed in black shirts, black pants. Did both of them have gloves on?
I think so.
Okay. And
I didn't see their gloves. I mean, maybe they were in their pocket, but they didn't have
okay.
anything.
And you see Ty put on a gaiter to kind of hide his goatee. And then Detroit puts on this mask that looks big teeth and looks kind of like a dinosaur. Do they have this stuff on when you first drive by the treehouse?
No.
So it's just three guys riding in a truck.
Yep.
So you're driving. Where's Detroit sitting?
Front seat.
Front seat. And where's Ty sitting?
Behind me.
Behind you. That's everybody that's in the truck.
Yep.
All right. So you drive by. How do you get from the place you stay to go by the treehouse? Tell me the way you drive.
Out around. Okay, come out, take a right, take a left, take us around, then go right back to the house.
Back to the house. Now, what are you talking about in that trip past the treehouse when you're going by real slow?
Hey, well, they told me that's it right there.
Okay.
And they said, stop right there.
Okay. So the first time you just go by it, and they point it out and tell you where it's at.
Yeah.
Okay, so now do you go back to the house?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you sitting in the parking lot of the house talking again?
No.
Okay.
No.
So now what happens during the second trip to the treehouse?
We went upstairs, they got their stuff, we went back, they got out, and they came, or not they, just Tyrone came back, and I took off.
Okay. The second time when you go...
And I didn't see, I don't know what happened to Roy.
Okay.
I don't know.
The second time you go, are you seated in the same spot you're driving? And then you got Rory in the front?
Yeah.
And Ty in the back again behind you?
Yeah.
Now when they got their stuff, when you say they got their stuff, what did they bring to the truck to go do the robbery? What did they bring?
He got his mask and their clothes and the gloves, and
okay.
And I think Ty had a razor knife, or not a razor knife, but a dive knife.
Like the kind you strap to your leg?
Yeah.
Okay. Was it in a sheath or just the knife by itself?
It was in a sheath.
In a sheath, okay. What color was the sheath?
Black.
Black, okay. Did you see Rory with a knife?
No.
Just the only knife you saw was Ty's. Could Rory have had a knife and you just not seen it? Okay, so now, talk to me about how you leave the house and how you get back to the treehouse and what you do when you get back to the treehouse the second time. What happens?
Well, no, like there was just that one drive around and they looked, and then we came back and then I went home.
Okay.
Like, but they did it and then we went home.
Okay, so you never went back. So let me get this straight. So Travis, you leave the house, and when you leave the house the first time, everybody's ready to go.
No.
Okay. Help me.
They wanted to take a look to see what was
okay, so they take a look.
Right.
Now you go back home. They go get their stuff.
Yeah.
They come back to the truck. So now you're headed back to the treehouse. How do you drive down? Which street do you go?
Like to the right, took a left.
Hey, let me help you out here a
Came
little
back
bit.
down and sit next to the
just to make it easier for us, if you don't mind, I'm gonna have you draw it out.
Guys, I don't want to go to prison. I don't want to stay safe. I want to go home to my and I didn't want this to happen. I was afraid that I might get in big trouble with them if I didn't do what they wanted me to do.
Yeah, but we understand that.
Exactly what you're saying, we do.
Okay,
So put your house here.
let me get sense of direction. Okay, here's 2nd Street.
Yep.
Alright, here's the cross street. Alright, this is where it goes across. There's the CVS. This is the turn that goes down and around.
Okay.
And that's that right there. And right there at the where the stop sign is.
Okay. So each time you do, you come and do this loop? You just come straight down 2nd Street?
No, it came that way.
Okay. So when you come this way the second time, where do you park? Where do you stop?
I stopped at the stop sign where
Okay.
the dumpster is.
Okay. And
I mean, we're talking at the end of the street.
Okay. The end of
I
way behind the marina?
No, the one behind the CVS, not way behind, but
Okay.
yeah, the
Yep.
one right behind
Okay.
the marina.
And they get out. Do you see him go to the treehouse?
No,
Okay.
no, I didn't
You see
see
him-
him enter.
But you saw him walk in the direction of the treehouse. What are they wearing when they're out of the truck? What do they got on? Talk to me about what Detroit's wearing.
A black shirt and black shorts.
Okay. Does he have the mask on?
No, not yet.
Not yet. When do you see him put the mask on?
I never saw
You
him.
never saw him put it on. What about tie? What's he got on?
He did have the neck gaiter.
Okay.
And a hat.
Okay. What color hat?
It was kind of a sparkly black hat, almost like mine,
Okay.
but not quite. It wasn't fitted.
Was there any design on his neck gaiter, or was it just a dark colored neck gaiter on ties?
It was kind of, I want to say it said Jägermeister on it.
Okay. Now you see him go toward the treehouse. When do you say, "Ooh, this isn't good"? Is it when you see Ty running?
Yeah, whenever I see him come across the street and he had a flashlight, and I was like, yes.
Okay.
I said, I don't know what's going on now. I don't want any part of this anymore.
Describe the guy that you saw running across the street.
I couldn't see that far back.
Okay.
I couldn't see.
But you see a flashlight, and you think it was a guy.
Yeah.
White guy, black guy.
I don't know.
Can't
I
tell.
couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell.
Can you hear things going on? Can you hear people?
All I heard him saying was, police.
Okay.
And I left. I was like, nope, fuck this.
Okay. Do you see Ty come running down the road? How's he coming at you? Coming.
Driving me. My passenger side window or passenger side mirror is broken, so I couldn't. And I just saw him.
Okay. So did you take off and go down 2nd Street to go home?
No, I went straight. Like, okay, where it was, turned right.
You went right home.
Yep.
Just got home.
Yep.
Parked the truck.
Yep.
Does Ty come right home?
Yep.
Does Rory come right home?
Nope.
Nope. When does Rory finally come home?
About 10 minutes later.
Okay.
Maybe 20.
When you and Ty get home, talk to us about the conversation you and Ty have. What do you see? What does he say?
He really didn't say anything. I was like, the fuck, man. Just went down. And he's like, oh, don't worry about it.
Okay. Do you
It's
see?
no big deal. It's not,
Do you see any blood on him? Does he have a knife with him? So the dive knife is gone. It's missing someplace. Does he have his gaiter on still? Gaiter's gone. Still wearing black shirt, black pants? When Rory comes home, what's Rory got on?
Black shorts.
Black shorts? Does he have a shirt on? Shirt's gone. So the shirt's gone. Do you see him with the mask? Mask is gone. And you never really saw him with a knife, so you don't know if he had a knife. Did he come home with a knife? Okay. What does Rory say when he gets back to the house?
Not much at all.
Okay.
Like, there was really not much discussion.
Did you guys go upstairs?
Yeah, well, he went in to talk to April for a little while, and he came upstairs.
Okay. When did you guys split up the money?
They split it up and sitting there at the table, and then handed me $50, and I was like, the fuck?
How much money did they split up?
I have no clue.
Lot? A little bit?
At maybe $200,
Okay.
$250, I think. No, I didn't count.
How were the bills? 20s, 10s, 5s? What?
20s.
20s?
And 5s.
And 5s, okay.
Yeah. And they smelled like perfume, I remember that.
The money smelled like perfume?
Yeah.
Wow. When you saw Ty running towards where you were parked, did you see anything in his hand? So he's just running. Is he saying anything to you when he's running? Just running. And you're gone. Gone, gone, gone. Do you see any blood on Rory when he gets home? And he's shirtless. He gets home and go upstairs. At any time did they tell you, that night or any other night, man, we stabbed somebody? When did you learn that the guy's dead?
The next day.
How'd you find out?
Coconut telegraph and, people talking.
Did you?
It was a little black man named Paco.
Paco?
Yeah.
What did you think when you heard it?
Fucking panicked. I knew that I needed to get the fuck out of there as quick as I could and get myself in a safe place because this is not what I want to be involved with.
Did Ty ever tell you better not talk? Did he say anything to you? Did Rory ever say anything to you? So they never, you were afraid because you thought something was going to happen. Travis, do you know who killed the guy? Did they ever tell you who killed? If one person did the stabbing, who would you think would have done that?
It'd be hard to say because I don't know either one of their demeanors.
Okay.
Or I don't know either one of their demeanors well enough to know that they even had the ability to do that.
Did you see Ty putting clothes in a bag, taking his clothes that night that he wore and putting them in a bag?
No, because he went into his room. I didn't see what he did.
Did you ever see Rory taking the clothes that he wore and putting them, like in a bag, trying to get rid of anything? Did they ever say anything to you about, hey, take this stuff, get rid of it for us?
No.
Okay. And so it's $250. We kill a guy over $250. That's pretty messed up, Travis.
It is.
Pretty messed up.
And I feel like this is my fault.
Not your fault. You didn't do it. You know you didn't do it, Travis. Not you. It's not in you to do this. There's never any discussion about going up there to kill somebody.
No.
The plan was to rob. Let's go get some money.
Yeah, it'd been, and yeah. I don't know, I was hungry. I had some gas in my truck and I didn't know what, I didn't think that at all was.
Travis, when you're having this discussion, you're talking about it, you say like an hour before the robbery happened, what did you think was going to happen to you if you told them, no, I'm not doing it? What did you think was going to happen to you?
I was a little nervous. I was a little afraid that they, call me out, like, I don't know. The fact that they're talking about it and I'm not going to agree, then the simple fact that they can't trust me, they don't want me, you know what I mean? Now I've got to worry about really sleeping in that place. I was nervous. I felt like I needed to tell them, that I would help.
What did you think they would do to you if you didn't go along with it? What do you think was going to happen?
Probably all of my stuff would have been, stolen, whatnot, or, maybe beat up. I don't know. I was not comfortable.
Yep.
At all.
So what I'm hearing you saying is you're making a decision out of fear? You were afraid?
Pretty much.
Nervous? Didn't know what was going to happen?
I was nervous the whole time I was there. I just wanted to get out of there.
Okay.
And I figured like I just needed to go along until I could get an opportunity to get out of there safely.
You're in a safe place now?
I am, but how safe for me is working at where my stuff is and doing and earning my living and going on about my life, not in an office with a bunch of sheriffs and detectives asking me about something that I had no idea was going to happen. None. I didn't want any part of it. It's like when you make a choice, sometimes it's too late to take it back. and sometimes you can make a choice to stop it there, and then, I don't know, then maybe then it's still too late. I mean, I don't know, I didn't want to be there, I didn't want to be a part of that.
What did I say to you when he got home and you didn't wait for him? He's got to run down the street. What did he say to you when you got home and he had to run?
He was not real happy.
What did he say to you?
He said, what the fuck, motherfucker? He said, I should go ahead and fucking hit you in the head with something right now.
What did Rory say to you when he got home and...
He didn't say anything.
Okay.
He didn't threaten me in any way, shape, or form. He didn't.
You saw Ty running. Which way did Detroit go? Was he coming to the truck?
I didn't see him.
Okay.
I didn't see him at all.
Okay. You saw Ty coming and you just left.
The second I saw running,
Gonna get out of there.
fuck this.
Did he ever hit you in the head? Or did he just threaten to hit you? Ty?
Yeah, he was.
Was he mad?
He was mad. They were, yeah. Not they, he.
He. Okay.
Yeah, Roy was not mad. He was not mad at all.
Have you guys had any more conversations about this since that night?
Basically, I've been trying to stay away from the house and stay into it, not talking to her or anything about it at all. You know, like, don't want to talk about it, don't want to think about it. I've had hard enough time after finding out, sleeping, you know, like, my anxiety and stuff is killing me. I don't want to think about it.
Okay. Fair enough.
I don't.
Travis, you called it a dive knife. To the best of your ability, can you describe it the best you can?
Like a dagger.
Okay. What about, was it blue, green, yellow, pink?
Red.
All red
With the black handle.
with a black handle?
Yeah.
So you could be like the handle was, the blade was red and the handle was black, or
The blade was stainless steel.
Okay, that's what.
Yeah.
And then the handle was black and red.
Yeah.
Pure black and red.
Yes.
Okay.
One edge of it was, because I mean he was showing off some of his knives and stuff, like he had a few of them, as do I.
Right.
You know, some of mine
Most
were
people
stolen.
do, as
Right.
do I.
Well, yeah, some of mine were stolen, but you know he was bragging about it. And one edge is serrated,
Okay.
and one end, and the other edge is dagger.
Excellent. All right. Anything else about that you can think of?
But yeah, it's about that long.
Anything else about it you can think of? It's got the black and red handle. Is it the...
Okay, there was I remember it had a set of steel ball bearings that locked it into the sheath.
Okay, excellent.
That's all I can remember about that.
Was it red on the outside, black on the inside, or black on the inside?
The center black on the outside.
Alright, okay. Thank you.
And he had it in a, Travis, a sheath with the strap on it, where it straps on your leg like it does?
It didn't have the straps, it was
Okay.
just plastic.
Just a plastic,
Yeah.
like a hard plastic sheath that it was in it? Okay.
I'll tell you what, I want you to drink some water, take a deep breath. Alright, relax, we're gonna go out for a minute, and then we'll come back, okay?
Before we go out of this room, Travis, I want to know, on the side of the good guys, do I now know everything you know about what happened that night and after it happened?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Sit tight. All right. We'll be back in a second.
I just want to go home.
I'm gonna take your phone with you.
You know where the knife would be or no? Where does he normally hide things? Would you know that, or you ever seen him hide anything? No.
Like I said, I was really worried about my own shit. And
Yeah. You got enough to worry about. You need something else for right now?
I just want to go home.
Hmm.
I miss you so much. I just want to go home. I just want to work. Put my life back together. I don't want to be a part of this. I didn't do anything wrong. I did. person. I just want my stuff back. I just want my life back. I just want my life back. I'm so sorry, Shayla. I miss you so much. You're the greatest thing that ever happened to me. And I walked away. I'm sorry. I'm never gonna get to come home now.
Hey, so we got a video, right? And basically your testimony cooperates our video, meaning what you said happened is what our video shows. So we want you to look at this video and kind of go over exactly what you said, and by watching the video. Okay? Is that okay?
Give her 1 sec, give her just a little bit of space. You're good right there.
Travis, you want a Coke instead of a water?
No, I don't drink soda.
Not at all?
No.
Do you do juice, Gatorade?
I do juice.
What kind?
I think this has the times in it.
Yeah, I got it.
Oh, yeah?
I remember.
I'd rather have juice, yeah. I don't do lots of sugars real well.
You ready?
Yeah, it's...
Step on up here. Fernandez. Your body cam. I'm talking here.
That look like a truck.
Judging from the time and the date that you see there, would you say that time is off actually? with the date and everything. Would you say that was your truck?
Travis, I can't remember if I drank directly out of this juice, so I'm gonna pour it into well, I just don't know, and I don't know if I was feeling good or bad when I drank out of it, so I'm just gonna give you a clean cup, okay?
Is there anything about that, Travis?
That's not giving that trick. I'm not sure if that was.
Will you pause it when you see him? Can you tell who that is?
That's not. I cannot tell who that is at all.
You can't tell who either one is?
No.
Is it because of the clothes being lighter?
Yeah, those are.
Alright, that's because of the night. Can you tell by the size who they are? If we pause it, we'll rewind it just a little bit, because the clothes, unfortunately, with night vision cameras, the black becomes light. Is this your truck coming right now?
Go a little bit more forward. It looks like it, but I don't know if that's it or not.
It stops right
the
there.
headlights look different.
Is that where you stopped?
Oh, I stopped further down.
Just keep watching.
I stopped way further down.
Pause it.
Go for it again. Yeah, I think that's them.
What's that?
I think that's them.
Who's them?
Them, I think that's Ty and
Okay.
Roy.
Now move it to the part where we have a guy coming. And maybe on the other. Should be. I think this one right here. I think it's on the next set, but I'm not sure. Yeah. Hold on 1 second. I think it's a 54. You talked about a guy with a flashlight too, correct? That guy.
Yeah. They look totally different than the first two.
It's just the way the camera hits it with the light is what it's going to give. Is that consistent with what you saw at the same location?
But yeah, pretty much.
Is that
Yeah, I think after I saw that, I took off.
okay? And who was it that was running?
Could have been Ty.
Is that consistent with that night that he was running that direction like that? In that area? Okay.
That way to the right is...
Yeah, I'm sorry, I should have told you. Yeah, that CVS you're looking at right there,
Right.
and that way running is towards second or whatever. Yeah. Alright, there's one other video, just like more of a screenshot.
This one?
Yeah. I'm not sure where it is on this time. I was thinking it was before that. I think it's just before that was, or do you have the time on it?
That was the start.
Okay. Do you know who that is?
That's me.
That's you?
Yeah.
Where?
No, back that up again. No, that's not me because those aren't my color shoes. I don't have black shoes.
Do you know who it was?
I have no clue then.
Was
it
it?
may have
Was
been
it?
Ty.
Like, if you could identify, I mean, I don't want you to guess on it. If it's not them, it's not them.
Yeah, I can't guess. I mean, I can't tell.
Okay. And keep watching. If he comes over here, he can say what the timestamp is.
Yeah, definitely. Can you just take a picture of yourself and text me the number so I don't have to get it out?
Looks like it says 8:17.
I meant, there's one more we wanted to show you. Two people walking.
Thank you for sharing.
Dave.
Yeah.
What's the timestamp for the two people walking?
On mine?
Yeah, for this video.
Oh, 8:19. And 8:11. 8:11 is the first.
Yeah, we got that one.
And then 8:19, I'm pretty sure.
Is when two of them.
Yeah.
These are the other ones I wanted you to pay attention to. Pause it for a second. Let it go for just like a tap and then see, yeah. Any clue?
It looks like Roy. Like that.
Consistent with what he was wearing that night, or? Can we back it up for me one time?
It looks like Roy.
Looks like Roy? In what way? Describe the similarities for me.
Body size.
Okay. What about clothes, anything like that? Does it match, not match for that night?
It matches.
It does match?
Yes, it does.
So what about the other one? Anything with him, or no clue?
I don't know. It almost looks fucking like me. But I don't have shoes that color. I have a pair of flip-flops and then I have these.
Outside of the shoes, though, does the other clothes match you?
They almost look like these pants, but they're a little bit shorter than these, and I wear these all the time. I can't tell who that is with it.
Alright. Good deal. I appreciate. I'm not gonna sit there and make you work over. You can just relax and get some water, juice. To be perfectly honest, I'm not allowed to advise one way or another at all. They're very, very strict on that, alright?
You want a protein bar, pretzels?
I don't know. I don't have much of an appetite right now.
If you get hungry, let us know, okay? We'll give you something to eat. We don't have much, but we got snacks at least.
Right. Is Captain Phillips still here?
I don't think so.
who need to be here, defendant and prosecutors, court personnel. I've got a note from the jury. Judge Jones, we have come to the unfortunate conclusion that we are a hung jury and need guidance on how to proceed. Thank you. Foreperson, juror number 3. So, I believe how we proceed is we give the Allen charge, the hung jury instruction. Again, inviting comment from either side, but that's the standard operating procedure when you are advised that the jury's hung.
Stay whatever you are. To be honest, I don't know the procedure, Your Honor. If you wouldn't mind, check with one of my advisors real quick, just to make sure.
Okay.
I would imagine you're right, Your Honor.
You can check with them, go ahead, but that's how it works. There's a specific instruction when the jury says they can't reach a unanimous decision and are deadlocked. It's called the Allen charge, jury deadlock, 4.1.
Okay. Yeah, I've been advised that, yeah, you can go ahead and go with the Allen charge.
Okay, let me just review it. It's 4.1, jury deadlock. Bring them in, please. No, the Allen charge, that's probably the name of the case from which it emanated. It's standard jury instruction 4.1, jury deadlock. Can we take That's all right. Thank you. Please be seated, everyone. Welcome back to the courtroom, members of the jury. Yeah, it's cooling down in here. I heard that it might have been a bit stuffy in the jury room. We have fans there, and I did know a technician was trying to get more AC in there, so if it hasn't cooled down, it should. But meanwhile, I received this communication from your foreperson, and I've shared it with the defendant and with prosecutors. It says, Judge Jones, we have come to the unfortunate conclusion that we are a hung jury and need guidance on how to proceed. Thank you. Signed, your foreperson. Okay. There is an instruction that is given by the judge when this happens. So I'm going to give it to you. I know that all of you have worked hard to try to find a verdict in this case. It apparently has been impossible for you so far. Sometimes an early vote before discussion can make it hard to reach an agreement about the case later. The vote, not the discussion, might make it hard to see all sides of the case. We are all aware that it is legally permissible for a jury to disagree. There are two things a jury can lawfully do. agree on a verdict or disagree on what the facts of the case may truly be. There is nothing to disagree about on the law. The law is as I told you. If you have any disagreements about the law, I should clear them up for you now. That should be my problem, not yours. If you disagree over what you believe the evidence showed, then only you can resolve that conflict, if it is to be resolved. I have only one request of you. By law, I cannot demand this of you, but I want you to go back into the jury room. Then, taking turns, tell each of the other jurors about any weakness of your own position. You should not interrupt each other or comment on each other's views until each of you has had a chance to talk. After you have done that, if you simply cannot reach a verdict, then return to the courtroom and I will declare this case mistried and will discharge you with my sincere appreciation for your services. So with that, you may now retire to continue with your deliberations. Jurors are outside the courtroom. Give this note to the clerk. We'll make it part of the record, and we'll stand by and see what happens next.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
All right, guys. So, apologize for the for not getting the scene switch. I'd actually had to run an errand, and luckily I did have it playing. I was able to stop the video, but I can't switch the scene remotely. But anyways, as you saw there, the Allen charge was given. Looks like we're heading to a hung jury. I think that's where this is going to land. I don't think an Allen charge in a case like this with the evidence like this is going to move anybody. My opinion would be this is a situation where we have one or two jurors that just can't get around the fact that they suspect he was there, and they don't want to let this go. That's my thought, but I could be wrong. If it does go to a hung jury, I guess we'll find that out possibly. I don't know if they will tell us what the calculations were. I'm sure the state will use that. But the good news is if we get another trial, we may see Oak win. Looks like I saw somebody walk there. Maybe we're going to come back right as I'm speaking. But maybe we'll get some of the witnesses. I think if the witnesses that Tucker didn't get the call were called, I don't think we'd be at a hung jury right now. I think the state did enough, and maybe Mr. Tucker will have this time won't go about it pro se. I think, maybe he'll bring an attorney in this time to try the case. I don't know. Because like I said, part of his motivation, I believe, was to try to bring attention to the case, which has happened. But I think, obviously it would be clear right now to say, hey, you know what? If he gets another bite at the apple, bring an attorney in and just absolutely put this thing to rest. And believe you me, there's going to be a lot of people watching next time because I think this has opened a lot of eyes. But we'll have to wait. Perhaps we'll get a verdict. I don't know. My prediction is, I think at this point, hung jury, because I just feel like this is not a case where I don't think if somebody believes it's a not guilty, I don't think they're going to move off of it. I mean, it's such a weak, flimsy case. But I've got on right now where we're going to watch the last part. The last part of Travis Johnson's interview is up. We're going to finish watching that. Obviously, you saw, if they could have seen this entire interview, if they could have been aware of all the different things that were going on, I think it could have made a tremendous difference. But it's what they didn't see that has caused all the confusion. So let's get back to the interview. And as soon as a verdict comes in or court comes back to discuss whatever's happening, I think we're either going to obviously have a verdict or it's going to be hung jury. So we'll see what happens.
Let me know ASAP. Scream for help. I heard somebody scream. I go upstairs.
Copy.
He's face down. Cool blood. Unresponsive.
Hey, what happened? Tell me what happened.
I don't know. I'm downstairs watching TV.
1118, I have men on standby when you're able to advise.
Roosevelt. I hear a scuffle.
Okay.
A scream.
Okay.
The homeowner who was sitting there with us says, I'm going to check that out.
Okay.
When he gets up there, I hear another scream.
Okay.
I take off up there.
Okay.
To the top of the stairs. Dude is on him.
Who is on him? Nobody you know.
Skeleton mask.
Wait, is it black, white, tall, skinny?
Yeah.
Tell me what.
No, I can't because it's a one. I saw the white guy take his mask off and ran that way.
So there's two people.
Two people, black guy. So then I go
black
back in
guy
there.
and a white guy.
The other guy's still fucking in there.
What car?
I didn't see any car, buddy. I was assholes and elbows.
So far negative on a car. Possible suspects. White male, black male, both wearing masks with skeletons on them. I'm gonna follow the RP over to the house where there's possible victims.
I hear the homeowner.
Where's
second
this at?
cry for help.
Where are their victims?
We just got another call.
On the wooden observation deck. See to the right, right there.
Meet me over there.
It's spaced out.
Copy. At Roll Meds, it's gonna be Laurel Avenue. It's gonna be the Treehouse. They'll see I'll throw my lights on my car.
Same information we're getting now from the other caller. Another caller that's stating his friend lives in the treehouse. Be able to call it and check that. Still landline 2022.
1202 to 1121. Respond to cross. Or I'm sorry. Cross US 1. Wait to 1125. Respond to US 1 and 430. Yes, hold it for anybody. That's all those scripts.
So far I got no vehicle, but I got people screaming for help. Stand by.
Paula, I'm coming.
We have a case possible 107 male and a female victim. 25
I got a male victim face down, unresponsive. I got a female victim bleeding from the neck, screaming at the top of the treehouse. Paula, come here. Come here.
It hurts!
Paula, do you know who did this?
Yeah, it was a black guy.
Do you know his name?
He goes by the name of Detroit. This hurts a lot. He came over and he stole my purse.
Okay, sit down, Paula. Sit down. Come here.
Wait, let me get my phone.
Sit down.
I got people coming, I think they'll help me.
Sit down. Sit down.
Holding Patrol 1, 24.
Paula, hold this on it, okay? I'm gonna go see about the guy downstairs. Hold that on it. Hold it. Hold it. 11:18. I got a black male, supposedly by the name of Detroit. The female's holding pressure on her neck. I'm checking on the male now. Sir. Male, possibly 6'5". Sir. You hear me? No, I need you to show those guys where to come. The rescue's here. 11:18, rescue rebel.
2025.
Sir, you hear me? Copy that. I got a male so far, not breathing, no pulse. Paula, they're coming. Paula. Just keep pressure on it.
Paula, to no K9 QSP has been advised.
Guys, I got one male here, not responsive, not breathing. One upstairs, stabbed in the neck. One right here, non-responsive, not breathing, stabbed. I can't flip him over, start CPR. Okay. One upstairs, bleeding from the neck from a stab wound.
Okay, hey, hey!
I can't flip him over. Not breathing.
You got a boat?
No.
Oh. Let's do this, guys. Listen up.
Where's the wound at? It's in his back, and there's one right here.
Okay.
She's upstairs.
Back of the bus. Alright, I'm gonna go check on the other patient.
No further 2027.
Up here.
Hey,
Paula.
close off the monitor. Lucas, I want
Paula, you gotta give me something. Who did this?
Guy, his name, he goes by Detroit.
Detroit. Where does he live?
He's a friend of fucking April.
Okay.
April.
Look at me.
Can't you blind it?
Can you walk? If you can walk, I need you to walk. Keep pressure on your neck. Do you understand?
It's Paula, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Paula, I need you to get up and walk.
I've had a lot of lung problems, so...
That's fine. They're gonna get worse if you don't walk with me.
We're here to help you.
Don't worry about this.
Oh my God.
This is not a concern for you right now.
I'll bring your phone. I'll bring your phone,
Stop
okay?
yelling at me, please.
No, let her
Paula,
keep pressure
come on
on.
up.
I need a blood pressure. I need her to keep pressure. I need
What's
a
his
blood
real name?
I don't know what his name is.
Let's go, double time.
I'm talking. I can't talk to both of you
Come
at
on,
the same time.
stand up.
I'm gonna leave you here.
Okay, you might have to help me up. Can I let go of you? You help me? You help me?
Come on.
He stole my purse.
Okay.
You want me to go down there with them?
Watch your head.
Come on.
If we can, I'd like a blood pressure on
Hey,
her.
Universal Precautions.
Yeah.
His name is Detroit. He lives somewhere on Front Street. He's some kind of fisherman.
Okay.
He's a big guy. He's really big. He has some kind of mask on.
Okay.
He's wearing black boots like that kind of.
Was anyone else with him?
Let me see your wound.
Yeah, some guy.
Yeah, we need to see the wound. That's good. Alright.
And I think my vein.
It's clotting, that's good.
Okay.
I need you to come downstairs.
1118, black male, street name Detroit. He lives on Front Street somewhere. He says he's a fisherman. And there was another male with him.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. I need you to follow.
Paula, I'm right here, okay?
The second suspect is also a black male.
Laylock, where's
Hey, is the second suspect, is he a black male too?
I think so. Roger would know better because he's the one that broke the knife to Roger's throat.
It's unknown. One person said he is possibly white, one said he's possibly black.
Copy, and 1202 Charlie 3 is en route.
I got a pulse on this. Let's go.
The guy was here earlier and I told him...
Okay, so you've seen him here before?
Yeah, I told him to get out of here. He's a friend of April's, Anthea Clay's.
Okay, watch yourself.
Where's your car? Where's your car?
Be careful.
More about him.
Okay.
470 advices on
Why did he do this?
I don't know. I guess he wanted... I don't know. He stole my money. That's what he was looking for with my purse.
He just came up here to rob you?
He came flying at the door.
Let's go. Let's go downstairs.
I was sitting on the bed, right on top of me, with a knife.
Keep going.
And he was saying, bitch, give it to me, I'm going to cut your throat. I'm going to cut your throat.
Okay.
470, do you need me to notify 475?
What did he take from you?
He stole my purse.
Okay, what does your purse look like?
It's a little pink.
Thank you, sir. 2030.
Oh my God, it's got my ID in it. And I got
Paula, we'll get it. We'll get it. We'll get it. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. We're going to get it.
I think his friend stole my bag.
Okay, so you got a pink purse, and what color is the backpack?
No, it's a little teen purse, like.
Okay.
It's got little witches and Halloween
Here,
things.
hold that.
And he's saying, give me your purse, give me your purse. And I keep saying, Roger, do something.
Paula, watch your side. Let these guys, medics got to go through to work on your friend, okay?
I kept telling him that we needed a door, and he wouldn't put a door up there. He wouldn't put up a fucking door. This guy just came up and, he kept punching me in the face. Because I didn't want to give him my purse.
Okay, and then what happened with your friend? What's your friend's name?
The one that was Roger was somewhere. I don't know where he went.
The guy with the gray hair.
Yeah, Roger. Where is he? Is he okay?
He's okay. He's gonna be treated right now. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
We're getting you to this truck.
He hurt my hand.
Okay.
He punched me a few times.
Okay.
I don't want to go to the hospital.
You're gonna have to go.
What?
You have a huge gash in your neck, Paula.
Do what?
You have to go. Okay. These people were all here to help you.
I want a cigarette.
Sit right here. Sit right here on my car.
I don't know if I can. Can I sit on the chair?
Lean against it. Okay. You lean against it. Do you want to hold your phone?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
And then they took it off and
Where did you seen these guys before?
The one guy.
Okay.
He had a mask on, but I could tell it was him.
Okay.
He was here tonight.
Okay. And his name's Detroit.
This is his nickname.
Okay. Do you know his real name?
No. But there's people in the front of the house.
And they know him?
They would know him, yeah.
Okay. Do you know where he lives?
Somewhere on Front Street.
That's all you know?
I believe on Front Street.
Do you know if he lives at in the trailers there? At Roy's?
No, somewhere. Oh, some warehouse. Some warehouse on Front Street.
A warehouse on Front Street?
Yeah. By church.
Yeah, it's okay. Real quick. Don't move your neck, okay?
Come over here. Me.
Hold on.
Paula, take that off, okay? Let him see it.
By the hogfish.
Okay, by the shrimp boat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ma'am, look at me. I just gotta check out what's going on here.
There's a lot of blood. They said it was clotting. Do I really gotta go to the hospital?
It's clotting. You do have to go to the hospital. You do need
But
stitches, okay?
It's clotting, so you're good. I don't see any major bleeding. How do you feel?
My hand hurts a lot, and he punched me 2 times in the fucking head.
Where did it?
I don't know. I can't tell.
Did you grab the knife? Right here.
Yeah, I tried to. Yeah, when it was up against my throat.
I'm getting more now. He sounds like he lives near the warehouse at Bama Seafood, right next to Hogfish, the shrimp boat, Bama Seafood dock. It's gonna be some guy by the name of Detroit. I'm trying to get a real name.
What is that? Is that okay? Is that all right? It hurt my hand. It hurt my hand.
We're working on him. I need you to stay here. Can you keep an eye? I gotta give him an update.
Can I please sit in the chair? Because I really feel like I'm gonna pass out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I need to sit. I'm not gonna die, right? I'm not losing that much blood.
No, you're not losing. Go ahead and take a seat for me, okay?
Sit down.
There you go.
They got the code?
Yes, I got one here, one's in there.
Where's she stabbed?
She's stabbed in the neck. It's clotting. She's not in bad shape.
No,
he
he's
was.
not gonna fly. She might.
He's not gonna fly.
This guy's dead, ain't he?
He was unresponsive,
he's
not
falling
breathing.
out. Yeah, he's falling out.
I couldn't even flip him over to do CPR. Yeah, and she's gonna need to go.
Yelling for somebody who's gonna help me.
Who's on the phone?
I'm calling my friend.
Okay. Is it someone that would know this guy's real name?
No.
Who would know his real name?
No, I don't. No,
Ma'am, can I
Who would know it?
for a second?
Huh?
Let me see. Looks like looks more like.
Hey, who are you? Who are you?
My friend Cosmo. Cosmo?
Yeah.
Yeah, my friend. Look what they did to me.
Cosmo, I'm gonna pat you down. You have any weapons?
No.
I called him. I called him to
Hey,
help
I don't
me.
know you, man.
Look.
Cosmo, do you know this guy named Detroit?
No.
I know April though.
Yeah, one of her fucking
Don't look for it.
and she's been causing me all
Maybe I
kinds
do.
she's been causing me all kinds of hell.
Do I know him?
No, he's on Front Street, but he was in some kind of guard fight. Matt got hurt really bad, Roger got hurt.
What just happened?
Right upstairs! Remember I keep telling Matt I'm in his door? He came up and stole my purse.
Tac 5. Tac 4. Patrol 1. Patrol 3. Tac 4. Patrol 1.
Hey man, what's your name? Okay, I know.
I'm the same one you were.
I know. I appreciate it. Can you do me a favor? Get that.
Copy correction on all channels. Tac 4. All District 1 units go to Tac 4. Reference Knock Island call. Tac 4.
Do you have any ID on you, please? Thank you. You live here? Okay.
I was just here with.
You were just here with friends?
Yep.
Do you know the suspect? Some guy named Detroit.
Tac 4.
Really?
1118.
Yes, I
Tac
do.
4.
He was over here the other night.
Do you know his real name?
No.
Can't give me anything. First name, last name.
No.
Can you tell me where he stays at?
Met him one time here.
1121 and 1125 Tac 4.
But he kind of threatened me a little bit that night.
Okay.
He's kinda,
You ever see him with a weapon? You know what he does for work?
1125. Instead of coming to me or coming to me first, I'll give you.
What's that?
I didn't even know his name was Detroit till the next day. I never addressed him. I never talked to him. He gave me the creeps from the moment he came on the property. But he wasn't.
1118 Central. Can I run a Florida ID? It's going to be the RP.
He wasn't a friend of mine, and I didn't get involved.
1125. If you're still on 1, Tac 4. 1125. Go to Tac 4. We're releasing Patrol 1 in
Did you
2036.
get a He's not dead, is he? Is he bad?
I don't know. It's in bad shape.
Is he bad?
1118 North NDL.
Dude, I went back to him, and the other one's still up there.
Oscar 25081768290. That's going to be the RP. The victim, first name is Paula. I know she's an MNI. For this address, I'll get you a numerical shortly. Thank you, sir. Sir, do you live here? Okay, where do you live at?
My copy 2037 1125. You on Tac 4?
What did you
I
hear?
got my ID.
Thank you, sir. What did you hear or see?
I just heard some commotion, like help, and I came out, and he was up there, and then there was somebody going out the gate, and I didn't know what the hell was going on.
Did you see the person running out the gate?
Well, that was the person who was up there who did this was still up there, but there was somebody going out the gate, and I didn't know it was. Like, what the hell's going on? And she said somebody got stabbed. Guy was coming down the steps. That other guy was coming in here because I think there might have been 2 people involved.
Okay.
And one of them ran out, and the other guy was still up there. And I couldn't really see because it's dark. But I didn't want to really be too closely involved with any of this bullshit anyway.
I gotcha.
So I went back in there with my dogs.
Okay.
Because I don't hang with these people.
Okay. So can you give me a description of anyone you saw, possibly?
No,
just
I
two
didn't
people.
Really, I didn't because it's so dark.
Okay.
I had my flashlight. I had my baseball bat in my hand. Say somebody tried to attack me.
Okay. And you live here?
Yeah.
This is the address here, 5650.
Yeah.
You mind if I get your info just because you live here and obviously.
I was sleeping because I I was gonna have to go to work.
1118 in numeric. It's going to be 5650 Laurel Avenue. 5650 Laurel Avenue.
Copy, and that is the victim's Treehouse location.
A-firm.
I think there was 2 people on the way.
Okay.
From what I understand. 'Cause I heard somebody say the other one's still in there.
Roger around here. No, man.
You ever met someone named...
Who?
He's in the ambulance, sir.
Yo, man.
Yes.
Roger?
Here you go,
Another
sir.
person?
Here you go.
What happened? How many people?
There's 2 people injured.
But I thought
I don't know who... Who...
golf course?
No, there's an old guy. An old guy I found upstairs.
I think that's Matt. It's Matt who walked up there.
Who's Matt? He lives here too?
The landlord.
He lives in that one, right?
Yeah, but he's not in there.
I think I dealt with him
ran
before.
in there and I looked at him and I didn't...
That's Matthew. He's the owner here.
Okay.
There's another guy, Roger.
There's nobody up there, man. I guarantee it. Was Roger with Paula?
He got messed up too. Yeah, they look for him.
1118. There's also possibly a third victim. Older white male named Roger. Not on scene. Hey.
I got punched in the face.
So Roger was with you upstairs?
Yes.
Okay. That wasn't the man that I found below you, was it?
No, that's Matt.
Okay. Where's Roger?
I don't know where Roger is.
No, that's Matt.
Oh, okay.
So
I don't know where Roger is.
Did you see Roger? It's okay, we'll find him. Did you see him get...
Roger was hurt. They had a knife to him, he said. I don't know where he went.
Hey, do you know if Roger left with them? Did he go
No,
downstairs?
Roger wouldn't be with them. Where is Roger at? I know they had a knife on Roger and they knocked him back.
Where does Roger live?
Indiana. Are you sure he's not in the ambulance?
Does Roger drive a bicycle? Or does he walk?
But I think he came on the golf cart buggy. He always comes over.
Is the golf cart still here?
No, he was parked over at his work. He always comes out and hangs out with me.
Where's he work at?
At the golf club.
Okay.
The golf course.
Okay. 1118, possible third suspect named Roger. One of the victims said she saw him get stabbed.
I know.
He works the golf course. He lives at Poinciana Plaza.
Where's Roger?
Paula, calm down. It's okay. Sorry.
No.
That's an additional possible victim.
More in the head?
No. Well, yeah, but nothing is bleeding or anything.
2041.
So it's 470.
I couldn't find. I was trying to find a flashlight so I could get somewhere. Like those guys, I couldn't find my phone. And because they took our flashlight. And
Hey.
at one point, I had Roger's face in my hand.
Hey, Paula, have you ever been to Roger's house?
Not one time, but I wouldn't even remember where it is.
But it's down in the city?
It's in Poinciana Plaza. Roger didn't do anything.
No, I know. We need to find him in case he's hurt. I want to know if he's okay.
This is really tight, Mr. Lynn.
It's really tight?
Yeah. It's right here.
I'm in route for Paris.
Oh, this is golf course.
Okay. So, do you see his golf cart here now?
No, he doesn't. Maybe he doesn't drive the golf course here, okay? I mean, he doesn't drive the golf buggy here.
Oh.
He drives it to, like, the college road. Please get this off the street, like, please. Nobody, next. I don't know where Roger went. I don't know. I just don't know. We could use Matt. I know they jumped on top of Matt.
Paula.
This guy's a big motherfucker.
Paula. What's your last name?
Belmont, CELMONTE, 122963.
Sorry, I know it's going to go. Losing over, okay? Is that right there?
It's
Paula.
my neck. It's just like right here.
Paula, what's Matt's last name?
Bonnett, BONNET.
Do you know his date of birth?
No.
Okay.
Can I get something to drink? Can I get some water?
would you ever read by
My husband would.
USCB?
Can I have a double water? Really?
Yes, ma'am. I'll get you some water right here.
I'm right there. Okay, yeah, it just hurts.
Okay. Put the lid right here on your phone.
11, confirm your arrival.
Okay. So Paula, what's Roger's last name? Do you know?
Rugged. R-U-G-G-I-T-T. Roger Rugged.
11:25, just confirming you took arrival.
R-U-G-G?
I-T-T.
Do you know his date of birth at all?
No.
Okay. And you think he was hurt?
Yeah.
2044.
Okay.
I just don't know why you left.
If you haven't already.
I don't know why you left. You know what?
Hey Paula, was anyone else on scene when this happened?
That's Tony. Tony, listen to me.
Copy, 2044.
You know that black guy Detroit? That black guy named Detroit?
11:18.
He hangs out with that guy Chris that you know?
11:18.
I got the victim's name.
Tony.
First one is Paula Belmont.
Four-person. Judge Jones, we cannot come to a unanimous decision as to a verdict. Thank you, four-person. So that's pretty much it. We gave them the Allen charge. They went back and presumably abided by it. They've been out, and so.
The only thing I would proffer, perhaps if we sent them home and told them we'd bring them back tomorrow to give a one last try. I mean, we put 3 weeks into this trial. They've only been deliberating for less than a full day. Juries have often spent days deliberating. It's almost 5 o'clock. I mean, if Your Honor's inclined to think that way, or if you want to just go ahead and.
Your Honor, if I might.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I would assume discharge the jury at this point. Let them go home.
Okay.
It has been a long trial already. We asked, Your Honor was worried about their time, and they've been here almost a month.
I'm looking for the right way to express this. To me, it's disappointing that we go through this lengthy process and don't get a result, one way or the other. And there's been a lot of time, money, effort, stress, you name it. Everybody's worked very hard, and it's been almost 3 weeks, and you would hope at the end of that process you would get a result. We haven't. I understand that the state's suggestion, but I'm disinclined to do it. I'll just fall back on a couple rationale. First of all, when I've been faced with these situations, and they do come up now and again, I give them the Allen charge. They are unable to reach unanimity. That's pretty much it. And plus, even the charge itself, and I'll go back and read it, says, if I'll declare a mistrial if you can't reach a unanimous verdict. I think it would be disingenuous and counterproductive and not fair to
Do you want to even inquire of them if they feel that maybe a night everybody would sleep on it, come back tomorrow and reconvene would be beneficial?
Absolutely not, Mr. Mansfield. No way. You can't ask the jury. You'd be inquiring into the deliberations.
I disagree at this point. I mean, again, even looking at.
All right, I'm not going to do it. I believe me. Last thing I want is a mistrial, but we're there. I told them. The Allen charge says, after you have done that, if you simply
look at the prosecutors. They are so upset because they know if this gets tried again, it's going to be a not guilty.
So
I mean, they really thought they were going to railroad him right in.
I'm not going to do that to say, okay, sleep on it, come on back tomorrow, or how about that? And then
Bring them out and get them out of here.
certainly understand and pretty well express my sentiments, but I just have not seen that procedure over the length of time I've been a judge and a trial lawyer, and it seems contrary to what the rule says and doesn't say. So, no thank you. Let me find the discharge instruction. Which is, I've got to remember what that number instruction is. 4.2. There it is. Okay. Bring them in.
You can see how absolutely outraged the state is. I mean, I don't think they can believe it. I'm surprised that they're so shocked about a mistrial, but wow. It's unbelievable.
All right, please be seated, everyone. Welcome back, members of the jury. I've received the latest communication, shared it with the defendant and the prosecutors. I'll recite it now. Judge Jones, we cannot come to a unanimous decision as to a verdict. Thank you, foreperson. So, you remember the Allen charge I read you when we first were notified of this deadlock, and I told you that if you simply cannot reach a verdict, then return to the courtroom and I will declare this case mistried. So that's at this point what I'm going to do. If you all can't reach a unanimous verdict, then I accept that fact. I'm going to declare this case a mistrial. So with that, I'm going to give you a final instruction here, ladies and gentlemen. I wish to thank you for your time and consideration of this case. I also wish to advise you of some very special privileges enjoyed by jurors. No juror can ever be required to talk about the discussions that occurred in the jury room except by court order. For many centuries, our society has relied upon juries for consideration of difficult cases. We have recognized for hundreds of years that a jury's deliberations, discussions, and votes should remain their private affair as long as they wish it. Therefore, the law gives you a unique privilege not to speak about the jury's work. Although you are at liberty to speak with anyone about your deliberations, you are also at liberty to refuse to speak to anyone. A request to discuss either your verdict or your deliberations may come from those who are simply curious, from those who might seek to find fault with you, from the media, from the attorneys, or elsewhere. It will be up to you to decide whether to preserve your privacy as a juror. So it's been almost 3 weeks. As I've told you throughout, and I sincerely meant it every time.
Billy, not necessarily. I think the judge is going to have a discussion once the jury is dismissed about what the future holds. So we will, we'll see what happens.
Nothing more than that. So thank you. I will say this also about this case has received substantial media coverage, and I'm confident that you all have insulated yourself from that, as I have asked you to do. I have no doubt that you followed my cautionary instructions to the letter, and I thank you for that. But meanwhile, there's been certainly a lot of coverage You see the TV cameras have covered this on Court TV. I believe there's a YouTube channel that's covered it as well as the print media. So, as I said in this particular instruction,
Might be talking about
now
us.
it's up to you to decide whether to protect your privacy as a juror. There may be requests from many different sources, and you will make that decision as to how you want to handle that. You're no longer under that order that I gave you about not talking to anybody about the case. It'll be up to you. So with that, thank you so much, folks. You're now discharged as a jury in this case. So you can go with the deputies, get your stuff, and take care.
So now I guess we will find out what the future holds. I assume it'll be set, or I don't know if they're going to go for trial. Normally they're trying to set a status conference, and it'll probably be set for trial in the next 60 days if they're going to try it again. Well, Billy, I don't know. I think they're going to try it again because I don't think they're going to be willing to dismiss. But I don't know. We'll see.
Here we are. Almost back to square one. But in any event, what we need to do is put this case back on a docket. So the question is when? I don't think February 8th makes a whole lot of sense.
Let's go with the March one.
So we've got March 7th pre-trial.
Yes, sir. Judge, we would just ask for the court to reinstate the gag order. There's been so much out there that when we retry this case, we're still going to have to get a jury from this community to the extent that we can limit now the information that's getting out there. I know that
So they want to cover it up.
But we are going to have to pick a jury again from this community. So I'd ask this court to reinstate the gag order in order to.
This is ridiculous. The information's already out there.
Well, one step at a time. So I will certainly consider that request. So March 7th for the defense.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, what time do we want it? Still 1:30, 9? We've been calling it at 9, even though it's per se.
Well, 9 o'clock is, that, usually the 9 o'clock call is for cases with private attorneys. PD and pro se is usually at 1:30. So I don't know why we should necessarily break from what we've been doing, but if
9 a.m.
unless there's any.
9 a.m. works.
All right. So 9 a.m.
9 a.m. March 7th, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll give them his notice.
Okay. That's one thing. Next thing. So the conditions of your release remain the same, and we're going to go back to the random, whatever the testing regimen was,
Yes,
in terms of whatever substance or alcohol. That's, you know, I basically during the trial had slacked off on that, feeling that again you were here constantly, you were busy with your defense, and so, but now all the conditions of the release remain in effect.
Okay.
So as far as the protective order or the so-called gag order, does the defense have any position as to that?
Your Honor, I would be of the opinion that it's, look, we vacated the gag order because it became pointless, and I still think it's pointless at this point. Like, again, yes, there has been plenty of media coverage, and I don't see how we're going to roll back and unring the bell at this point. You know, so I don't see the point at this point. I just don't see the point.
Yeah, I mean, I got to tell you, that seems to me to be something that's going to take some thought. So I've got to refresh my recollection as to the extent of that and what that would mean. So that means that...
Right, Judge, we were not allowed to talk about the case to the media, you know, give interviews about, I mean, the defendant was posting on Facebook all day today, even during closing arguments. So, I mean, how are we ever going to get a jury here in 2 months that hasn't heard something about this case and is tainting this jury pool?
Your Honor, if I might, I somehow doubt the rule.
Let's relax. Not everybody just relax, okay? Just. I know it's been a long 3 weeks, but now's not the time to get too argumentative. I got to think about this. I understand the impetus, but and the rationale. I'm just asking myself the practicality of it and the enforcement of it, and I need a little time to think about it.
I understand, Judge. Let me just put on the record. Last night I received about 11 threats on my phone, on my personal cell phone. They started yesterday afternoon. They continued into the evening. I don't know how my cell phone number got out there. I suspect how it got out there. But now I'm receiving death threats to the point where I'm going to have to change my phone number. This is what I'm talking about. This kind of media blitz is affecting me personally, and I don't think it's right. So I'll be changing my phone number because somehow my phone number has been compromised, and I got threats against myself and my family.
Mr. Tucker, please, just.
Hold on, not Mr. Tucker.
Let me just. Mr. Mansfield has just raised a legitimate concern. I'll give you the chance to respond. So that's very troubling. I certainly am disturbed by that fact. I've received in my office, which I've endeavored not to read the emails or ask my assistant not to, to tell me what these phone calls are about. I'm not aware of any threats, but I'm certainly aware of people's criticisms and comments and opinions. That's a natural.
Very well might do that, but I find it, disturbing here that they're going to be able to make these allegations of threats and things as a, if he's a prosecutor, why aren't they investigating it?
I don't know that I have my head wrapped around the issue right now. I remember the order that I issued. I reviewed it at the beginning of the case when I suspended it, and it was pretty involved. And I would think I'm almost inviting problems if all of a sudden I say, oh, it's in effect, and all these people are curious and the like start talking and asking questions, and I don't want to have anybody in a gotcha situation. So certainly I think rules and ethics and laws would certainly say that there should be no communicating threats, no intentional.
Of course not. But
Rabble-rousing, so to speak. I don't know what, or directing animosities or hostilities or anything toward anybody in this case. And I'm certainly not going to be pinpointing or blaming anybody. So I don't know what more I can say than that. I don't know, Mr. Tucker, now you want to say something?
Actually, I didn't say anything earlier, Your Honor, but I would like to say this. Look, I receive, I don't know how much hate mail myself, right? Okay. And I do, don't get me wrong, I do take offense at the innuendo that somehow, I had something to do with Mr. Mansfield.
No, I don't think.
I think it was an innuendo, though.
Well, I didn't construe it as such, but there's no.
Anyway, I have no control over those people, what they do, and I somehow doubt the whole world looks at my Facebook. So anyway, thing is, Your Honor, like I said, I think I'm still of the opinion that we vacated it for a reason. Same reason I would say that it's probably not a good idea to reinstate. But I'm deferring to the court at this point because you say you need time. I'm more than willing to let you have time. Decide as you may.
Well, in any event,
Judge, may I add one final point? With your permission?
Okay, go ahead.
Just very briefly, Judge, whether you lift or vacate the order or reinstate it, you did ask us once you vacated it to act professionally amongst each other And I can tell the court that the state is bastards, we've been berated, and we have not once made a comment about the defendant in this case, so we should at least have that level of ethics amongst us and not have to face that on a day-by-day basis.
I don't think Mr. Mansfield indicated, I certainly didn't construe it as somehow or other you encouraging or being the source of these threats. But there's no doubt, Mr. Tucker, that you have endeavored over the course of this to make this a social medias and all your other efforts to publicize it. That's coming from your side of things. That's just a fact.
No, that is a fact, Your Honor. I'm not going to deny it.
So, to the extent that, unfortunately, there's folk in this world, this country, that get riled up about certain things and act inappropriately. I know that's a very general statement, but it's an offshoot. So, I do agree with Mr. Alvarez. I did say that, and I think mutual respect is what I would expect. And if I need to have some, or if there needs to be some evidentiary hearing or some showing when there's a renewed motion to reinstate the protective order, I'll be happy to do it. I'm just saying right now at this point in time for me to just put my foot down and say, oh, it's back again. I understand the request, but please understand my belief that I need to look at it with a clear head.
Your Honor, I just to reaffirm or reassure you, yes, I can go ahead and tone my language down. I can definitely do that. Again, if you mutual respect, I have, as you saw this morning, I do have some ethical concerns myself, but at the same time, I can at least keep my public persona as far as what I say respectful.
Thank you. So, I think that's pretty much it for now.
Sir, thank you, Your Honor.
Appreciate everyone's hard work. I'm just going to sign this order here as to the
I want you to look there at Mr. Alvarez, how upset he is. I mean, you can tell. Obviously, they're upset about some other things, but they're very upset right now that this was a hung jury. I mean, obviously, there's an answer for the state of Florida. If they don't want to try this thing again, just simply dismiss the charges. It's that simple. That's all they got to do. Dismiss the charges. And end it. I mean, that's what should have happened in the first place, in my opinion. And or that's what should be happening. It's clear that, again, this case should have never been brought to trial, and that's why people are so incensed. And of course, Mr. Mansfield and Mr. Alvarez, they want to shut it down. I mean, obviously, I believe one of the references was this YouTube channel because it's the one that Mr. Tucker had put on his channel because I had put up a video that he had promoted on there and regarding the case, and obviously, Mr. Mansfield took umbrage with that because he brought it up in court like the next day in regards to trying to punish Mr. Tucker for not having subpoenas issued. I mean, but to sit here and say we're going to shut down his ability to speak after, I mean, it's already out here. I mean, these guys can't put this cat back in the bag. And just because Mr. Tucker can't speak doesn't mean that we're not going to be watching and reporting. I don't know what it means for the Free Franklin Tucker YouTube channel. I mean, that's affiliated with him. Maybe the gag order would attach to that. But I mean, it's already out. Some things have already been posted. I mean, it's a situation where, the best thing here for them to do, really, what these prosecutors should really be worried about instead of trying to shut down people talking about the case, is if you got a really strong case, go forward and your case should speak for itself. But clearly they got to the end of a trial. There's a lot of people that have looked at this trial and have said this case should have never happened. And now, rest assured, even if Mr. Tucker doesn't get an attorney, I guarantee you he's going to make sure Todd O'Quinn is available. He's going to make sure Seth LaVey is available. He's going to put the evidence in that should have been in. And maybe, I don't know, maybe he'll have an attorney come help him go forward this time. I mean, I believe part of why he wanted to go pro se was because he wanted to have, the attention brought. But he may feel confident enough to go at it again on his own. But, I mean, the continued attempts to try to cover this up, push this under the rug, it's just, it's not going to be stood for. If they want to dismiss the charges, then great, dismiss the charges. But otherwise, we're going to watch. I mean, but now, let me be clear. I don't know what he's talking about with threats and things of that nature. You would think before you'd stand up in court. Now, see, he's taking advantage of the officer of the court because, since he's bringing that, the judge has to presume that because he's an officer of the court, what he said is true. But, I mean, who the hell's getting his personal phone number? I don't, my God, like, now, if that's happening, that shouldn't be happening. But it's also doesn't mean it has anything to do with Franklin Tucker. I mean, you're standing up there. Your first name, your last name is being presented in court as counsel of record. The Monroe County clerk's office has everything. I mean, unfortunately, this is just a side effect of standing up in court and making knowing representations that are false and attempting to appear to the public that you're railroading someone into prison. Yeah, some people get really upset about that. Some people can't handle it. And some people, well, they don't see the value in trying to fight ethically and nicely when somebody who's not doing the same to others. But the bottom line is that threats and things like that doesn't win at the end of the day. But one has to wonder if Mr. Mansfield's really making that in good faith, or if he's really just interested in trying to get that gag order reinstated because he's afraid Mr. Tucker is going to come out of here and go to court TV and go to the media, and there's going to be a media blitz that's going to be like no other, I believe at least, and he's going to get a bigger audience than they ever had, and then people are going to start looking, and it's not going to go well for them, I don't think, because their cases is made of garbage. Exactly. Why are they going to Facebook? I mean, that's the other thing. But listen, remember, hold on one moment. Apologize for that interruption. Anyways, but that's a great question. Why are they going to Facebook? But you got to ask your question, right? They've been on his Facebook since day one. Apparently, the Monroe County District Attorney's Office and Police Department, I mean, your Facebook isn't safe. That's where they go. And depending on what they see on your Facebook, if they don't like what they see on your Facebook, they're going to come after you. They're very sore losers. I mean, I think if you could see them, I mean, everybody saw them. I mean, they were literally, I mean, Mr. Mansfield was begging the judge to continue to try to keep this jury in. And who knows? I mean, why was he so confident that it was going in his favor? I mean, it could have been 11-1, not guilty. And why were you so insistent upon wanting to continue here? Because I think he knows the presentation of evidence that they made in this case, they're never getting another chance at it again. Well, I know the judge, I guarantee the judge wanted to have, he wanted to have a verdict. I don't think any of those guys really want to mess with what they went through. This, for them, especially having to deal with someone who's pro se and all of the different things that it led to, and the delays, and I'm sure none of them wanted to deal with it again. But the other thing is that, listen, they had some real opportunities here. They were able to make this case because, remember, they kept out key evidence that I guarantee you, if this got in, if Todd O'Quinn gets in, okay, if Seth LeVay is allowed to come in and bring the motion to suppress it, and they're allowed to confront that, put that on the record, okay, and it's done properly and they get it in, it's over with. So, it belies the question of why are they even going to try this again? Well, I mean, Mr. Tucker's going to come, I would assume, even more prepared this time. He's got advisors down there. They're going to prepare him. He's going to know exactly what he needs to do. And he's going to come in and he's going to tie up the little loose ends. That's just, it's unbelievable. But, I understand why the prosecution's not happy, because I don't think, I think they're scared to death. I think they are scared to death of having to try this again. But we'll see. I think it'll be interesting to see what happens in March when they appear. I don't get the feeling that they're going to walk away. I don't get the feeling that they're going to dismiss. I think they're going to make him fight. I think that's what they're going to want to do. And, that's where we stand with this. So. Well, I don't know. I think, honestly, normally what happens in this instance, again, the attorneys are allowed to talk to jurors. The jurors don't have to talk to them. Normally what's going to happen is they're going to talk to the jury and get a feeling for how they felt the case was, what they liked about the case, what their strengths were. I mean, now they have a jury that sat through this entire case. And a lot of times they try to get a feel for what was the count, what was it. Now, I don't believe they have to be told what it was, but if they're willing to talk or tell them, then they will, tell them and they're having an idea. And a lot of times if it's like 11-1 or 10-2, they make a decision not to retry them. In this case, the stakes are too high. There's things going on right now that could happen if they back off and they don't get a guilty verdict in this case, that they can't back away from this. So unless, again, hence why they were willing to let Tucker walk away with a 2-year sentence, that he pleads guilty to something, and then that puts everything, that literally stops the case and protects the whole operation. But I don't believe they're going to walk away with allowing him to walk away without either pleading guilty or going to trial. I just don't believe it. And Tucker gets an attorney. Well, listen, remember, he already filed for dismissal. The judge turned it down. I mean, remember, that motion to dismiss was what I read in my last video. And all of this and more was contained in it. Remember, the judge is aware of all these different things. He's not like a jury. He's aware of all this stuff. So that's already been done. That's already been argued. The judges are good. There's nothing new that's available today that will be able to be filed to have that reconsidered besides, so that ship has sailed, so to speak. So it's going to be either the state decides not to try the case and they move on and let this thing go. But I don't think they're going to do that. I think they're emotionally upset. I think they're mad. I think that at this point it's become way more personal than it should be. I agree. He's not guilty. There's no evidence. Absolutely. Yep. No problem, Billy. Absolutely. It's, and that I'm not certain. I was trying to look up to see if I could figure out why he was, and I wasn't able to find him, in the records, but I'd love to know. Let's see here. I might have got a motion to dismiss Tucker. Well, no, see, Sandra, now understand, the lawyers presented his motion to dismiss. He didn't see, here's what y'all got to understand. He had lawyers all the way up until August of last year. Okay. It was only after the motion of dismiss was denied and pretty much all of the pretrial was done that he ended up saying, I'm going to go to trial without a lawyer. and they tried, and as a result, he tried to go to, he dismissed his lawyers literally just to go to trial. But he had lawyers involved in the entire process up. In fact, it was because of the motion to dismiss that they were offered him the 2 years to walk away. The judge ended up denying it, or denying the motion, and he ended up going to trial anyways and said, "Hey, I'm going to trial." So the I mean, it's the motion to dismiss has already been done. That is a ship that has sailed. I mean, I agree they would be stupid to do it again, but I think they will do it again. I just do not believe they're going to quit. I just don't believe it. Because I mean, did you saw two guys in that courtroom that were just furious. I mean, they thought they were going to be slapping the cuffs on them and sending them away. But I will, if I find out, of course, I'll let I'll discuss it. But if they lose again, it'll be an epic failure. Well, it could be. It could be. I mean, somewhere you'd like to think some sense would have to kick into this discussion here when they're considering the case, because I mean, you're right, it would be an epic failure. There'd be a lot of egg on their face, but I mean, what can you do? What can you do? So that's where we leave it, guys. I mean, listen, I'm going to keep covering. There's more to cover. There's more things to watch. There's more things to look at from the case that we're going to continue to look through and present as we have the lead up to this case. And of course, when it goes back to trial, we're going to be covering it, and we're going to be making sure that all eyes are down on Key West. And, of course, we're going to do it respectfully, ethically, and correctly. I do not appreciate the insinuations that he made, because he's throwing out, the judge is saying there's a YouTube channel. I mean, I know which YouTube channel they're talking about, because my YouTube channel was the one that was on his Facebook. They're looking at his Facebook. They're mad at it. Well, that would be good. I think all of it. I think all of it needs to be considered to come in. But there's also considerations of, you got to remember in that 911 call, it says that she's not saying truck, she says sedan, right? Black car. So it would take a lawyer to be able to argue that nuance, to say, hey, this is what we're saying about this. This is you'd have to have an expert on eyewitness testimony to come in and explain to the jury how eyewitness testimony is potentially processed and why they should doubt it. Remember, in this case, the other issue that a lawyer could help with is arguing the nuances of the law. Remember, this jury only heard from a lawyer on the law as far as the prosecution saw it. But the prosecution would have been held to their burden, to which they were not. And Mr. Tucker, of course, was wanting to talk to the jury as he's saying, I'm innocent, find me not guilty, creating inadvertently a bigger standard and hurdle for this jury to go through. So this jury had to find their way through the jury's instruction without the help of a legal expert on the defense side. And I don't think Mr. Tucker did a bad job. I think he did a great job. He got a hung jury in a capital case. I mean, that's fantastic. But having an attorney there, if they would have walked through that closing argument and focused on the areas that they needed to, and said, listen, this is the standard, this is what it is. The things that the stunts that were pulled by Mansfield regarding Paul's deposition and things like that would have never even been in play. They would have never been in play. He was allowed to do that because there wasn't an experienced attorney on the other side. And something to consider, definitely, when this case is tried again, because I think, there will be no different outcome. I agree with you. I don't think there will be a different outcome. I think it's going to be impossible for a jury to come to a finding on this. My next case, Billy, I think I'm going to start covering the Crumley case up in Ethan Crumley's parents' case. I think that's where I'm going to move on to next. I was thinking about going to cover the lady that's on trial up there as part of the Doulos' girlfriend. Troconis, I think, the Troconis trial. I'm a little bit behind on that. Opening statements today began in the Crumley case, so I think I'm going to head up to that case next and start covering it and give that some coverage. And of course, we're going to keep talking about this case too, because, like I said, there's a few more things I think that deserve to be reported on, and this is the type of situation that. It needs to be in conversation until the state makes the decision on what they're going to do with it. They need to know that you're not going to be operating in darkness. You're not going to be operating without the eyes of the world on you. And we're going to do our part to make sure that whatever you're doing, it better be fair. And listen, as long as it's fair, I'd have no problem with it. But if you're going to try to do some things that are not going to be according to what should be done, we're going to report on it. We're going to put it out there. And, that's just what it is. Now, if the judge wants to ban cameras from the courtroom, I don't think he's got the courage to do that. You heard him. He's already said. Listen, it was very interesting when you think back to what you just heard that judge say. The only reason why he didn't slap the gag order on is because he said, listen, the world's watching. The world's watching. And if I do that, they're going to think it's going to play right into their hands. Listen, this judge understands the gig is up. So I think the greatest potential is if this judge finally says to the prosecutors, listen, guys, the gig is up. Sarah Boone, yes. Sarah Boone, I'm waiting on that case. That's definitely one that I'm looking forward to. Sarah Boone, and then, of course, Donna Adelson's case. I'm looking forward to covering that case. That'll be coming up in the coming months. But Sarah Boone is a case I've been watching for a long time, and it's one of those cases that I think is going to really be an interesting case when it finally gets out there, because it's one of those that inflames you right away when you hear what she did, and she's going through multiple attorneys. I don't think it's going to be a case that we're going to be sitting here questioning as much about anybody getting railroaded anywhere. I think it's going to be interesting to see what her defense ultimately is, and whether or not, heck, with the amount of amount of attorneys she's going through, maybe she'll end up pro se. Maybe she'll be inspired by Mr. Tucker going pro se, and and maybe giving it a try herself. But we'll see. But I think the Crumley case is where I'm going to head next and see, because I think that one's a type of case I like to cover, because obviously the son's case is very easy. The parents' case is another story. This is a novel case as far as them trying the parents, and it's going to be interesting to see how they connect this, what her attorneys do, what the state does. And it's kind of a situation where this could open the floodgates in other cases as well for parents to be held accountable. I don't necessarily disagree with the premise that they're coming at, but the question is looking at everything they're claiming to get to the severity of the charges they want to press against the parents. It's kind of a novel situation because, they're trying to, I believe it's manslaughter is the charge that they're trying to go after them for a reckless manslaughter or something of that nature. I've got to dig in exactly, get involved with that, but it's going to be an interesting case. So this is where we leave it, guys. This is, like I said, I'm happy that we don't have a guilty verdict. I would love to have seen a not guilty verdict. I believe this was a case deserving of a not guilty verdict. And I thought even with the lack of skills and knowledge that and experience that Mr. Tucker brought to the table as being a layman, I think he did enough for not guilty. But I think at the end of the day, it left an opening for at least one person to say, well, I'm not comfortable just letting this guy walk out of the courtroom. I'd love to know what the seventh attorney, the judges basically said, no more. The last time she was appointed an attorney, the judge said, no more attorneys. You've gone through all these attorneys. We're not doing any more. And, she's one of these people that's, I think, just not understanding. not liking how this works, how the justice system works when it comes to things. And I think part of probably what we're going to hear about her is we're already seeing her personality profile come into effect and how she's interacting with her attorneys, which probably was what was causing the problems between her and the gentleman there that she ended up in putting in a suitcase or convincing him, tricking him into a suitcase and then leaving him there overnight. I mean, it's just absolutely crazy case when you think about it. And then the tape that they have is just horrible to watch. I just cannot imagine. But I'll tell you. But like I said, I'm happy because I'm happy that we have a mistrial and not a guilty verdict. I think this was a deserving case of not guilty, but I'm happy that it's still available and alive, and we're not taking our eyes off of it. We are going to keep reporting. Like I said, there's still a tremendous amount of information that can be reported on, and we are going to be talking about it. So I'll be covering other cases. I'll also be covering aspects of what's going on with this case, covering the evidentiary hearings, and still continuing to put out information that needs to be out there. Because remember, when we're watching, the justice system and justice process is going to work better because you just saw it in action. I mean, anybody that questions whether or not the fact that we're watching these proceedings has an effect, believe you me, that judge, if that judge would have loved nothing more than to slap the gag order back in effect, but he paused and he hesitated and he said, people are watching. I can't do that. I'm going to look like, and I guarantee you, if people would have been watching when that motion to dismiss was filed, which is why maybe if an attorney can find a creative way to get it to be able to be filed again, that judge might very well come up with a different ruling. He might be inclined, to do that. And Scholar, what was which last thing are you talking about? Which prosecutor, Alvarez or Mansfield? I mean, but it's, it shows you. That's why we got to watch. That's why you got to watch wherever you watch, whether it's watching a case that I'm covering or watching a case that someone else is covering. As long as we're watching or reporting, making our opinions known, cutting out a piece of it and flying it all over the internet and saying we're not, we're bringing attention to it, and they're paying attention to it, and it changes everything. But when they think nobody's watching, they're going to come in, and that's how you end up, and that's how someone ends up like Mr. Tucker has for the last 6 years, because nobody was watching at first. Nobody was watching. Nobody cared. Oh, that he had something to, gotcha. That Mr. Tucker had something to do with that. Yeah, well, see, that's what I mean. But see, you got to understand, like that's outrageous. And if Mr. Mansfield hadn't done this all trial, but what he was doing, what you have to understand that he was doing there, and again, I'm not trying to speak ill of Mr. Mansfield. I'm just explaining what he was doing. So he's doing this live on TV. And people don't understand what he's doing because what's happening in the courtroom. He was able to say those things. You might be wondering, well, why wouldn't he have screenshotted his threats and taken them and made a record of them to the court, right? That's what you would do in this case, right? He wants to get that done. He should have taken that, made a record, and submitted it to the court as an exhibit. So these are the threats. He should have gone, and you'd think he'd had the sheriff's department or whoever, or Key West Police Department on top of this, but he didn't do any of that. What he did is what he's done, what he did during the case, what he did during closing, is he came in and utilized the fact that an officer of the court is allowed to proffer to the court under the guise that an officer of the court has an obligation of honesty. The judge, therefore, has to take that as an honest statement unless something is presented that shows differently, which is why the judge, of course, did insinuate we may have to have Mr. Mansfield, it may come time if you're going to really push this, we may have to have an evidentiary hearing. But he comes into the courtroom and he utilizes that. And he says, this happened, and Judge, I'd like you to just go ahead and reinstate the gag order. the reality is he's scared to death because he doesn't want Mr. Tucker to go out and talk. He doesn't want him to have an interview. He doesn't want him to speak to the media. He's mad that Mr. Tucker's on court TV. He's mad that things are being painted in a negative light, and he wants it shut down. But the judge this time, probably for the first time in the entire case, said, that's not enough, Mr. Mansfield. We're not doing that today. We're going to have a full evidentiary here, and if you want me to do that, you're going to have to put the evidence on display. You're going to have to show Mr. Tucker. You're going to have to make a showing to the court, and then we will figure out how to construct a gag order to make sure, because he knows, guess what? He knows, and they know if they've been watching this, that guess what? The record is public. That's the beautiful part. They don't like that. But anything that's filed, I mean, I'm not sure I've been going on and look, but every day at the end of court, the filings will be available. It's just like in the Adelson case. All the jury instructions are available. Certain exhibits and some exhibits aren't available, but certain exhibits that are made and published documents, they're right on the website. So he knew if he puts that gag order in effect, he knows right away somebody that's not going to be bound by that gag order could take that gag order, and we're going to be talking about it. We're going to be going through it. We're going to be reading it. We're going to be seeing how we have the state of Florida who doesn't even have enough evidence to convince 12 jurors, has kept this man on hold for 6 years. We've had a civil judge find the investigation to be problematic to the point that a lawsuit by the lead investigator was dismissed and found as unfounded. We had the Internal Affairs Division findings led to all three lead officers on this. Well, two lead officers on the case, the two lead detectives, I guess all three lead investigators on the case have been demoted. One, Detective Malone's no longer even a police officer. Penny Phelps is fired, and Detective Pitcher was moved to the Narcotics Division. And then you have Colleen Dunn, who can't even practice law anymore. And then the case ultimately makes it to the jury, and you can't get 12 people to decide on it. And then they're going to go issue a gag order so no one talks about it. And then the behavior and the actions of this entire trial, the only reason why we're at a hung jury is because they were able to maneuver around Mr. Tucker because he's inexperienced in the courtroom, inexperienced with procedure, and inexperienced with how to get things done, that they were able to get out of having him come in with key witnesses that would have absolutely blew this case right out of the courtroom. That there wouldn't have even been any chatter in the chats that are online. Nobody would have been sitting there questioning this. It would have been, overwhelmingly being discussed that this is a not guilty verdict. This is a railroading. This is an injustice. And you better believe with Court TV, Vinny Politan would have been reporting that at his closing arguments and talking about it with Ty Tucker, and it would be an easy not guilty. And the reason why those guys were running around scurrying around like cockroaches in the courtroom, just running around and, oh my God, yeah, judge, send them home overnight, please, do something, is because they knew they blew it. They knew they would never have it as good as they had it in this case right now. And they knew the next case, I don't know. Would you really want to have your name on the record where a pro se defendant's going to come in and get a mistrial and then blow you out at a not guilty verdict the next time? Because that's what's going to happen next time. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. And we're going to be watching the pretrial. We're going to be watching everything leading up to this. And we're going to have all eyes down there at Key West. And we're going to make sure it gets done right. And we're going to make sure if it isn't done right, that everybody's aware. And then the judge, as you can see, has become much more aware of social media and YouTube channels and media and the attention that's been shown on this case. And I think the judge, as you can see, the judge's behavior, I was reporting on it. I was putting shorts out on this judge's behavior, and you saw the judge acting a little bit different. You could see what happened when Mansfield's getting excited and yelling. What's the judge saying? Now let's just settle down. We don't need any outbursts right now, because he knows that if that outburst happens, if they're going to go off, if they're going to start being unfair, it's going to get cut up and it's going to get broadcast. And he's the judge of the record. He's the one that's going to be responsible for what's happening in that courtroom. And he didn't want that. So listen, that's just come in and act right. Come in and act respectfully. Come in and do it right. And if you can find yourself to the correct verdict or whatever the verdict the jury comes back with, no problem. Yep. Well, I hope you do. I hope everybody does. I hope that everybody sticks around and follows this case, because this is something that, as Mr. Tucker said, he started to say, but he was cut off. And the jurors, should have, if an attorney was going to be there, they might have been able to get the argument crafted in a way that they could have said it, that this could happen to anyone. What happened to Mr. Tucker? If you live in Monroe County and you have a Facebook page and you happen to go to the wrong store at the wrong time, at the wrong moment, with the wrong person, and that person happened to have been involved in a crime 3 to 4 days before, you might find yourself locked up and accused of a capital crime. And that's a scary thought. Should be a scary thought for any resident of Monroe County. And unfortunately, it's not just that it happens like that down in Key West. This happens, unfortunately, everywhere when you don't have the bright lights shining in on things and making sure that stuff's going correct and going well. So that's where we're at. But like I said, I think that I think that the next time this gets tried, if it gets tried, we're gonna have a not guilty verdict. I really do believe that. I really do believe that. And I think the state should, instead of trying to worry about how to craft the next gag order, I think the state should, in their own advice, they gave this advice to Mr. Tucker, right? Stay off Facebook. Quit worrying about YouTube and get your subpoenas done. Well, I'm saying to the state right now, stay off YouTube, stay off Facebook, and start building your next case or figuring out how to resolve this case. Either, and maybe if you would have spent less time worrying about what was being said on Facebook and YouTube and more worrying about your case, maybe you might have had a different result. Although I really don't think you would have, because the evidence isn't there. So maybe the energy needs to be towards, how can you resolve this in a way that makes everybody happy? Maybe how can you dismiss this, get this case dismissed and make it go away, and figure out a way to do it that gives Mr. Tucker his due, meaning acknowledges the wrongs that have happened over the last 6 years and lets him walk on. I don't know. I was saying that earlier, Donna. I don't know if he'll use a lawyer or not. I think his premise for not having a lawyer this time was because he wanted the fact that he didn't have a lawyer to bring attention to his case. That's happened now. Was trying to retract his testimony. When? Do you mean in this case? Are you saying that Travis was actually trying to retract his testimony that he gave in this trial? Or are you talking about he was trying to retract his statements? Because if you're talking about, yes, I was aware that was the motion to suppress. So you're saying he was trying to retract his testimony in this case? Holy cow. No, I didn't know that. Where did you hear that at? Or is there anything of record? Oh, he is trying to now. Oh, he's trying to now. Oh, wow. Oh, I got you. Okay. Well, hey, it's a bad look with what's going on. Listen, Travis, well, here's the problem with that, though. If he's trying to retract his testimony, he's got to understand that doing that would land him in prison. For the rest of his life, he can't do that. His agreement won't allow him to. So while I fault the man for doing what he did, I also understand that at this particular juncture, that's a pretty, if he's willing to go to prison for the rest of his life, that's what he would do. But that's great. That's great if he's willing to do that. But I needs to hire Miss Whitney from the Maya case. Yeah. Well, Ty had good attorneys previously. This was a situation where, again, he wanted to bring attention to the case because what he was doing here was, listen, Ty Tucker understood. Well, yeah, without Travis, the case is done. But you have to understand, the agreement, this came out in the testimony. If Travis truly is trying to retract his testimony, if he does that, and again, if he does that, it's an honest thing to do. It's a great honest thing to do. But remember, retracting his testimony means he's going to say he's there. And then his plea deal gets retracted. And then he has to go have a trial in his case. And remember, there isn't an explanation. So that's crazy if that's really going on. I had not heard anything like that. But if he's trying to do that, I mean, hats off to him. It's the right thing to do because he's not telling the truth about Tyrone Tucker. But he's really doing taking a chance there to do that because he's going to have to go. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the way it works is the plea deal gets vacated and then the charges get reinstated. He potentially would go back to jail because he's not going to get bail, and they're gonna and then he's going to go to trial. I mean, that's crazy if he's doing that. But I mean, maybe he's got some pressure going on. No, I agree with you. Ty did a great job. I mean, listen, it is not an easy job to go in there and do what he did, and he did a fantastic job. Listen, he did not have any help at all in that courtroom. He had prosecutors that were hell-bent on trying to portray him in the way they were to make him look inept, to make him look like he's ineffective, to make him look like he was trying to delay things in the court, interrupt the court. What he did in that courtroom was fantastic. I mean, really. And when you look at some of the other pro se individuals who've had trials like Darrell Brooks, there's several other cases out there I recall, not off the top of my head, but none of them turned in favor like Ty's did for himself. Because again, he has the facts and the evidence on his side. But that's shocking information. I don't know. I'm gonna have to look into that because that's crazy. If Travis is trying to do that, if you don't mind me asking, Anna, where did you hear that from? That he's trying to do that? Is that from another channel, or did you see it on the news? Did you see it on Core TV? Where did you find that information at? Because that's something, like I said, I would love to know. Okay. So it was the Recovery Addict channel was the one that said that he's trying to retract his testimony. Okay. Well, I know he has covered it. I went over there and subscribed to his channel. I've checked out his coverage, and I'll have to go back and watch his live from today. I'm assuming he was talking about it today, so that would be something to check out. Oh, it was a caller that said something. Okay, I got you. Well, I mean, I know Travis was trying to get his, and again, this is where some confusion could come in. This is why I was asking at the onset. I just can't imagine Travis would do that. I mean, I really, really cannot believe it. I think what the caller is referring to is that Travis's attorney had filed a motion to suppress. This was what ended up leading to his plea deal. The motion to suppress never got ruled on. He took a plea. And that was what Ty Tucker was trying to get admitted to the court. But to my knowledge, and again, I'll check the Monroe County website right now, in fact, and see if anything's come in on that. But to my knowledge, I've not heard anything like that. But like I said, what is out there and what someone could be mistaking when they're hearing this is the motion to suppress his statements. That was filed by his attorney And essentially, because it was filed by his attorney, essentially the way you can construe that is that Travis was trying to retract his statement that he made to Phelps, saying it was made that he was fed the story by Phelps and that he was lying and that it wasn't true. And it was only then that the Monroe County District Attorney's Office came to him and said, okay, now we're going to give you a sweetheart deal. If you agree to drop your motion to suppress, we will give you a free ticket out of here, to which he did. And as a result, here we are. And he became the witness here. Ty Tucker wanted to be able to present that, and he was trying to get his attorney in, because in order for him to present that, he needed to have the attorney come in. And the attorney, because he's a member of the bar, he can't present a motion that he doesn't believe to be factually correct. So the fact that motion was filed would allow the attorney to say that, yes, and since he's filing on behalf of his client, it can be used. If the client tries to go later and say, hey, I did tell the truth, it can be used as an inconsistent statement, a prior inconsistent statement. Now, it's not a sworn statement, but it's certainly sworn from the fact that his attorney presented it as fact to the court, and Seth LeVay would have been able to make that point. That wouldn't violate attorney-client privilege or anything. That's what Ty Tucker was trying to get in front of the jury. Had he got it in front of the jury, I think it would have absolutely been the nail in the coffin for the state's case. That's why they fought so hard to keep it out. Tried to in the past, and it's confusing. What's the caller talking about? I'm thinking that would have to be how it is. I'm on the Monroe County clerk of court now. There's been no motions filed Ty Tucker has nothing, and neither does, I looked up Travis's case, and it's still showing closed. I could not imagine he would have sat through all that testimony, and that he would or presented the testimony to the court, done all of that, confronted Ty Tucker like he did. And one of the key things one of the key reasons why that was such an important document is because, if you remember, there was a showdown between himself and Ty Tucker when he looks at Ty Tucker and he says, and Ty Tucker says, she fed you the story, correct? And he said, no, she told me a story, and because she was such a good investigator, Mr. Tucker, she got it right. And the fact that he files a motion saying, no, she's a liar and she didn't get it right is, that's the epitome of impeachment. And that's a significant fact the jury should take into account, that here he is filing a motion and telling the court, no, she's a liar, she's a terrible detective. And then he's standing he's on the stand with them saying, no, she's a great detective. That's exactly why it needed to come in, and why it would have absolutely annihilated the state's case in a huge way. So I don't believe that's happening at all. But again, you never know. It could. We could find something out different, but I really strongly don't believe he would do something like that. I think there's too much risk for him to do it. I'm sure he might feel bad about what he's doing, maybe, but if he did feel bad about it, he would have already had that attack of consciousness before he ever came and took the witness stand. He's not going to have it suddenly because, oh man, I testified and people are upset about it. He doesn't care. He doesn't want to go back to prison. And I understand how he might be feeling about it, but let's see here. So let's discuss it with the judge. Mansfield. I would agree with you there. I think absolutely anything that Penny Phelps touched should be. In fact, honestly, again, like Ty Tucker had said to Vinny Politan last night, he was asked, why didn't you call Penny Phelps as a witness? I think the next time he's got to call her as a witness. Let's make this thing messy. Put her on, cross-examine her, and get it absolutely, give it to her, and call her out and put it all on the record. And then, like I said, if he does that, he brings her into the trial, it's going to be a real quick verdict. It's going to be a real quick verdict. And yes, I agree with you, Tiffany. It absolutely is not. It's not about justice anymore. And again, it's not about getting, listen, if it was about getting justice for the victim, remember, Paula is a victim. They attacked Paula. He attacked Paula. I mean, if the victim in the case is telling you, I don't want this man charged or convicted, I believe he's innocent, and he's proceeding forward, even and he's trying to disprove. I mean, listen, she's been pretty consistent from day one. And remember, what this is, again, the dishonesty that we have to really have to consider about Paula is she was constantly being she was meeting with Pitcher every week. Okay. And he was telling her, and a lot of, and for good reason, a lot of people put a lot of weight in what a police officer tells them, and that's natural. You would assume this police officer knows things and has things, and he's telling her, we have things. We know things that you don't know, Paula. I know you seem to think Ty isn't the one, but I'm telling you it is. And she was consistent in saying, it wasn't Ty. I don't believe it was Ty. His voice, it didn't sound like him. The voice didn't sound like him. She's telling Pitcher this over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. And, he's telling her, no, there's more. What changed in 2019, it wasn't a trip to California. It was the fact that the IA investigation happens, and all this comes out that the three lead investigators, including Pitcher, the guy that had been assuring her that there was plenty of evidence that she just didn't know about, was the one, or, was involved in mishandling evidence, lying, and that this investigation was incredibly flawed. It was only then that Paula realizes to herself, you know what? I'm right. And she had confidence in what finally had the confidence to say, you know what? I felt this all along. I knew this all along. And it allowed her to push forward and really be sure, right? Because Pitcher kept trying to convince her that she didn't know, that she wasn't right, that she wasn't sure. And that's what happened. And again, another example of Mansfield twisting and turning the facts. He twists that into, she took a trip to California, and says she took a trip to California, and then in the same point gets Tucker to admit that his wife's a millionaire, and then literally there's no evidence for it. He just insinuates that she goes to California on this trip. Tucker and Tucker's wife is talking to her on Facebook. She's a millionaire, and just tries to insinuate the rest. And the crazy part was the judge was okay with that being done. And you wonder why Mr. Mansfield wonders why people out here are upset with him when they see something like that, when they see a closing argument, which again, I understand the guy didn't have much to argue, but what he did argue was just lies. And I absolutely do. I genuinely believe it would have been an not guilty verdict if he had an attorney. And he did a great job. I agree with this. Absolutely. He just didn't have the right legal arguments to get in what needed. Right. Exactly. He didn't have the experience. He didn't know how on the fly to figure out what he needed to do procedurally, get things in. And then of course he's being told by his advisor, all right, go do X, Y, and Z. And he comes to the court and he tries to relay that to the court. And of course, here's the problem. Neither the judge nor the prosecutor was genuinely trying to help him. Just like when the judge, right? Okay. If you want an example of the judge and what an a-hole the judge was, or the asshole the judge was, remember when Ty Tucker comes up and says in his closing, I'm sick to my stomach. And Mr. Mansfield says, raises the issue about the fact that he's pandering to the jury. And he says, well, now, Mr. Tucker, if you need a break due to some sort of illness, literally right there making fun. He knew what Ty Tucker was saying. Well, he did. Mansfield did. In fact, when Mansfield was talking about the Bubba system and asked that question, he had a right. An attorney would have absolutely looked at that as opening the door to at least some of that coming in, and he could have ran it right in and let it in and explored it. But we'll see what happens. I think hopefully he'll either he be more prepared on the issues he needs to bring forth. In other words, getting people like Todd O'Quinn there, getting the transfer request in, getting the subpoenas in, the I's dotted, the T's crossed, so that at least he can get those people in, or maybe he'll have an attorney coming. I mean, listen, I think it's 100% clear that an attorney would have a 95% chance of winning this case. I think Mr. Tucker, his worst case scenario is another hung jury. The question is, how many hung juries do we have before the state has to concede? And we have no idea what that answer really is. But I think definitely he's had a boost of confidence. I think he's going to be feeling pretty good, and he should be. I mean, he did a heck of a job. Some simple questions would have gotten. Well, right. And that's the thing. Well, here's the thing, though. I mean, what should have happened, that never gets in if Paula's deposition doesn't get in. But one of the things that Mr. Tucker didn't want, made it clear to the court, you heard him in his closing argument. He said he didn't want to appear to the jury that he was trying to hide anything. And while that's noble, he learned a lesson in that when he allowed that deposition in with that information in, thinking, well, what's the problem with that deposition? There's nothing bad in there. And then Mr. Mansfield backdoored him with this whole business about the knife, and then made that argument. And, you saw exactly what can happen when a skilled prosecutor or an experienced prosecutor, we'll say, gets the opportunity to get something in and realizes I can argue whatever I want it to be. It doesn't have to be. I'm going to argue it. I'm going to argue it to the jury, and the jury's going to take, that might sway the jury to go ahead and find this guy guilty. Billy, I do not know. I don't believe so. I don't believe there was any victims in there. Not that I've heard. That's a question I've heard quite a bit, and I believe everyone has said no. Yep. Well, yeah, it was. Well, basically, the prosecution kept Ty's statement only comes in if there's something incriminating in it, or if there's something that's inconsistent when he testifies. So the prosecutor could have brought in that statement, but they chose not to question him on the statement. They backdoored it, and that's why an attorney would have argued that should have never been allowed to have been brought up in closings, because of the fact that the statement wasn't in his evidence, and the issue that he rose with Paula, or rose regarding the knife, as far as what was referenced, if he was going to bring that in and make an argument to the jury on that, that should have opened up the potential that he could have had the opportunity to bring the statement in. And again, there was a motion he filed, but the problem is he, again, is limited in how he's going to argue it and what he's going to do, and bringing case laws or bringing cases into the court to say this is why this needs to happen. But the bottom line was, it was done in bad faith. It was done in bad faith. And the internal, they kept referring to the internal investigation. And that, again, that should have been brought in. That should have been made, and it was kept out under hearsay, but there's an exception to hearsay under the business records rule. You can bring it in, but you've got to be able to subpoena in the keeper of the custodian of the records and bring them in to court. They have to show up at court, but the state isn't going to do that. Ty Tucker had to do that. He would have had to subpoena the custodian of records, bring it in, and then it can be brought in. And there's an exception to hearsay rule if a report or something like that is produced as part of business. And he could have brought that in and had that as part of the record, and could have questioned Miss Malone on it deeper, but it is exactly, Paula, or Anna. Sorry, exactly, Anna. I mean, Paula. It was. They only wanted to take the parts that fit their story. The parts that fit their narrative, and then the rest they wanted to leave out. Yep, 100% right, 100% right. But well, guys, I think we're going to conclude it here. Like I said, I will continue to cover this, and continue to come in and talk about it, as things come up. and and we'll go from there. So I appreciate everybody tuning in. I appreciate everybody coming in and sharing their thoughts. It's definitely an interesting case. We'll go from there. Now, final question I'll answer. Do you think it was smart of him to take the stand? Absolutely. I think he did great on the stand. I thought he did great. And yes, absolutely. A hung jury is always, listen, anytime, absolutely. A hung jury is a win for Tucker, 100%, because anytime you have anything other than a guilty verdict is a win for the defendant. I mean, he's out on bail. He's not. Now, if he was in jail, denied bond, it would be difficult for him, but it's still a win. He's not convicted. It's another chance. So, good. Thank you, Anna. I appreciate that. Thank you very much for coming over and checking me out. I appreciate that. I appreciate Ty posting that up there. Like I said, we're going to be watching and we're going to be covering. Absolutely. And thank you, Scholar. I appreciate that. And, everybody have a good evening, and, we'll go from there, guys. We'll be back covering this. Like I said, I'm going to continue to post some things. There's a few things I want to still continue to get out here on the case. And anything relevant I'm going to be continuing to report on, and we'll certainly be there in March for the evidentiary hearing, and we'll see what happens. So, yeah, Jose Baez would definitely be a good attorney. I think he's got his hands full though with the Microsoft lady, I think. Good night. Yep. Good night, everybody, and have a good evening. And until we talk again, let justice